The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby called to order. And good morning to the listening and viewing audiences, as well as today's testifiers, the government's financial team. This is the first meeting of this committee. So this is our inaugural meeting for the 35th legislature. Of course, this meeting was scheduled on February 10th. However, it was postponed due to the unavailability of members of the government's financial team, and it is our fervent hope that we will be able to work together. So with them being absent, I thought it important to, or not being available rather, to allow them to do what they have to do, and then we meet so we can provide the information that the entire community of the Virgin Islands is looking forward to hear today. So with this inaugural meeting, the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, of course, there's a name change. For many, many years, I think since the 60s, the name of this committee has been the Committee on Finance. I believe there have been a change or two, but I have worked very closely with the National Conference of State Legislators within the past 2 years, and the appropriate name for a committee of this jurisdiction is the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance. And it is important that I take a few minutes to share with the listening and viewing audience the jurisdiction of this committee and some of the work that will occur during this term. Of course, we all know that all appropriations and bills to include the budget of the government of the Virgin Islands is vetted through this committee. All matters relating to banking, insurance, casino, gaming, racinos, and internet gaming is also within the jurisdiction of this committee. And all matters relating to leases, franchise, public and private, or public-private franchises, concession, tax incentives, and agreements that require ratification is also within the jurisdiction of this committee. And all matters relating to raising of revenues and expenditures of funds from the VI Treasury is also under the jurisdiction of this committee. A major part of the oversight operations is oversight over the Department of Finance, the Department of Property and Procurement, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Office of Management and Budget, GRS, IRB. I said IRB twice, so what's BIR? The Bureau of Economic Research, right? Yes, and the financial operations of all departments and government instrumentalities. This term, this committee one of our focus will be on the government audits. We know that we've been challenged with our audits, and we know that in the 34th legislature, we worked very hard to move a securitization bond to ensure that we secure the GRS. And of course, one of the reasons why we had to move in that direction was because of our financials, our records, our record keeping, and of course, our financial health overall. But the focus on this committee, one of the focuses on this committee is definitely going to be around the audit. So I will ask some questions about that today. And also, for many, many years, we know that we have been under a compliance agreement with the Virgin Islands Department of Education. And the compliance agreement is tied to many of these agencies that's before us today: the Department of Finance, OMB, the Department of Property and Procurement. So we are going to continue that conversation because these things are now sort of hiding in the shadows, and we're not sure what's really happening around those, around the compliance agreement. We've been in the compliance agreement since I will venture to say 2006, and we are now in 2023. and these things become permanent. And I believe that as Virgin Islands leaders, you know, a lot of times when we come very close to the goalposts of, you know, getting out of these situations with the federal government, or these consent decrees or compliance agreements, then the federal government will move the goalposts. So we have a responsibility to put some pressure on them as you do your work. Our job is to support the work that that you do. I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce our new post auditor, Mr. Vincent Samuel. He comes with a wealth of experience, and from time to time, I will call on him to clarify if there's something that requires clarification from my end. So, Mr. Samuel, we welcome you to the first meeting of this committee, and we have lots of work to do. And of course, we're looking forward to the budget season, which takes up a lot of our time, but we're also going to look at that a little differently this year as well. We have to figure out how to streamline that process so we could get more done as it relates to what we talked about earlier. The budget is a budget is a budget. The revenues are the revenues, and the budget is a budget. So we have to figure out how to look at some of the corrective actions or items that we need to address in the territory as far as the financial matters are concerned. So I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to for the roll call, please.
Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. How I can know? How I can say? How am I going to see Carrion name?
He's here. He's present.
Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Present. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
He's here.
Senator Francis present. Senator Javani James.
He's present.
Senator James present. Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
I'm here.
Present. Madam Chair, 7 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. I'm going to ask that Media and St. Croix ensures that we can hear our colleagues in the St. Croix district, because we could not hear them when they were marking themselves as present. Okay, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record today?
No, Madam Chair. You have?
No.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
You may proceed.
February 21st, 2023. Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Earl B. Otley Hall, St. Thomas, VI. Dear Senator Fred Gregory, I regret to inform you that due to a health issue, I am unable to appear with my colleagues of the Governor's financial team before the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance this morning. Please excuse my absence. I have submitted the information you requested in the written testimony, and I am confident that the other members of the financial team will be able to engage in a thoughtful dialogue with the committee about the territory's current fiscal position. Please note that Department of Finance Commissioner Boseda Bruce will present the testimony on behalf of the team. Should there be any questions for me, please reach out at the earliest convenience of this committee. Sincerely, Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. That ends the reading, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I also see that we have some non-committee members this morning. We have Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, who's a non-committee member, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, who's also a non-committee member. Thank you for being here. This is a very important meeting, so I would urge all of my colleagues who are not here yet to please join us in this discussion as we discuss the financial health of the government of the Virgin Islands. So we note that the lead of the government's financial team is not here. And in my opening, I indicated that this meeting was supposed to be held on February 10th of this year, and Miss O'Neill was not available, and a few other members of the team, and I graciously changed the date to the 21st, which is today, which definitely has placed us behind the 8 ball, because this should have been another meeting with work that we have on our agenda. So to say that I am disappointed, of course, we don't have any control over, sickness. However, what we do have control over in our departments and agencies is if we are not available, there's a whole host of assistant commissioners and assistant directors and deputy directors. At minimum, a deputy or an assistant director should have been here. As we run departments and agencies, as we take charge of them, what matters is how you deal with your team and how the information flows amongst your team so they can be comfortable with representing you when you're not available. And I can freely say this because I served on the other side of this table as a deputy commissioner and as an assistant commissioner of the Department of Education. And when my boss couldn't make it, when I served as assistant commissioner, I had to sit in as well and make sure that I was able to answer the questions. But we had that kind of relationship. So it is a bit disappointing. So I'm going to ask all of you that are here today that, there's from time to time, you may not be able to make it, but you have to ensure that the folks that are on your team are informed about what's going on within the department. These departments are not a one-man show. These departments should be collaborative and cooperative, and then, of course, externally, likewise. So I'm going to ask the representative that was asked to give the testimony this morning, the Honorable Commissioner Bosede Bruce, to reach out to the OMB director to ask her if she has someone that she can send, because I know she has assistant directors, and deputies. Because if there are questions, we don't want to waste time today, okay? January, the state of the territory was moved. We accommodated it. February, this meeting was supposed to be held on the 10th. We accommodated it. Today is the 21st, and we don't want to hear, well, we can't answer that because X, Y, and Z. We're not going to do that in this committee. So let's just make sure that we are prepared and ready to move forward. So I'm just going to ask if I need to take a recess so you could get that information, please let me know. But there must be someone at the Office of Management and Budget that can give some elevator level information as it relates to what's happening at that department if a question arises. So it's a little more than a testimony. We have senators here that have prepared themselves to ask the necessary questions. And there's one more thing that I'm going to say before I move to the testimony, and that is the practice so the information that we receive from the departments and agencies is critical information. And many times, when you sit at the other side, you're like, well, what do you want that information for? And we have a committee. And when I write my requests for information, for testimony, I specifically ask for a due date. The due date for the testimony for today was February 17th, I believe, Friday. And of course, we all know that things have happened. None of us are perfect. There are no perfect people in this room, I don't believe. However, if we can't meet the goalposts, the respectable thing to do is send an email or pick up the phone and say, look, we're having a challenge. We're not going to be able to send it until XYZ date. We received this testimony, this 21-page document, and this has always been a pet peeve of mine. This 21-page document, of which I have not been able to read, okay, at 12 o'clock last night for a meeting today. We have to take the work that we are doing on both sides of this aisle seriously. When we send testimony this late, it puts my colleagues and myself at a disadvantage. We have new senators in this space, and they should have an opportunity to read, all of us should have an opportunity to read and digest this information. Not seeing it for the first time, and this send it flow. So I got it at 12:30, so I guess we're supposed to be up checking our emails all night. We sent it out at 6 o'clock this morning to our colleagues. Not fair, not right, and I believe it's downright disrespectful. It has been something that has been going on for a long time, and I want to make sure that I be clear that in my committee, that's not something that I'm going to take lightly. So let's make sure that if we have a challenge, we communicate and say that we have a challenge, because all of us have challenges from time to time. Okay? So I'm going to ask the testifiers to, of course, it was already indicated that Commissioner Bosede Bruce will be providing the testimony, but I'm going to ask all of the testifiers, and I believe we do have some testifiers that's online, some support that's online, so I'm going to ask all of the testifiers to please put their name and title on the record. And we're going to start with Commissioner Bruce. You may proceed, Commissioner Bruce.
Good morning, Chairperson Senator Gregory. I am Bosede Bruce, the Commissioner of Finance and the Executive Director of the Public Finance Authority.
Good day, Senator. My name is Joel Lee. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Good morning, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Good morning, Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator at the Office of Collective Bargaining.
Good morning, Ira Mills, Tax Assessor.
Good morning, Brent Laird, I'm Tax Collector.
Okay, and I'm seeing some members of your team on the other side, so thank you too for joining us this morning. I've seen Director Williams Octolin. Please put your name and title on the record.
Sure. Good morning, Madam President, and please, Adrian Williams Octolin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
And I'm also seeing Mr. Nathan Simmons, my former boss, and I am one of his proteges. So I'm very proud of that. So, Mr. Simmons, please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
Mr. Simmons, you gotta fix your screen a little bit. The folks on media said that you are, I think you have to bring it, what is it, forward? Right? Forward? Tilt it forward, yeah. No, then I guess it's backwards.
Other direction.
Other direction, yes. Okay, perfect. I believe that Senator Diane Capehart has also joined us. Good morning, Senator Capehart, and thank you for joining us this morning for this very important meeting. So we're going to proceed. That's all. Commissioner Bruce, is that everyone from the financial team?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So you may proceed with the testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other senators of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Bosede Bruce, the Commissioner of the Department of Finance and the Executive Director of the Public Finance Authority. With me today are Joel Lee, Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Cindy Richardson, Director of the Division of Personnel, Josh Springett, Chief Negotiator, Office of the Collective Bargaining, Ira Mills, Tax Assessor, Brent Leardom, Tax Collector, Adrian Williams Octolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, and Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration for the Public Finance Authority. Pursuant to your invitation, we are here to provide testimony on various aspects of the territory's financial condition. The U.S. Virgin Islands economy continues to rebound in 2023 from the unprecedented contraction caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, persistently high inflation, and higher interest rates. Multiple factors have fueled price surges more broadly across the economy, including global supply chain shortages, high energy costs, and labor shortages. And while there were signs of easing in the housing market, that was halted to a large extent by sharp interest rate hikes from the U.S. Federal Reserve. Nonetheless, some sectors, particularly tourism, continue to stand out with solid performance. The tourism industry's sustained rebound achieved more than double the pre-pandemic levels of air travel demand. The robust recovery of tourism is also reflected in other industry indicators, such as airlift, hotel occupancy, and hotel revenues, which are on pace to exceed pre-pandemic levels. Employment has improved moderately, and unemployment recently reached a 2-year low. The Virgin Islands GDP fell by 2.2% in 2020, the most significant single-year contraction in 8 years. New GDP statistics have yet to be released for 21 and 22, but even as the pace of growth is muted and the increase of a national recession looms, it is forecasted that the Virgin Islands' real GDP growth will return to a positive trend above 2% by 2023, according to the Bureau of Economic Research. In just over 2 years, the Virgin Islands labor market is nearing a comeback to its pre-COVID levels. The job report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics showed that non-farm employment averaged 35,209 jobs in fiscal year 2022, just 3.8% short of the 36,000 jobs in fiscal year 2020. There was a net job increase of 400 in fiscal year 22, or 1.2% over the fiscal year 21 job total of 34,806. Despite this uptick in employment, there are still 1,390 jobs below pre-pandemic numbers. The unemployment rate edged towards 7.3% in fiscal year 22 from 10% in fiscal year 21. As of November, the most recent month of data available, unemployment was at 4.6%, a steep drop from the historic peak of 12.3% in May 2020. Further, the number of people filing claims for monthly unemployment benefits fell to 176 in August and ended the fiscal year with 2,167 claims compared to 6,690 in fiscal year 2021. While the economy has nearly recovered the jobs lost in early 2020, there are still some gaps in employment recovery in some industries. Leisure and hospitality led the gains, adding 747 more jobs in fiscal year 22. But unemployment on the whole is above the fiscal year 2020 count by 98 jobs. Other major industries, including construction, retail trade, professional and business services, information, and other services, had slowed growth and remain below pre-pandemic job levels. Jobs in financial activities, education and health services, transportation, utilities, and manufacturing declined sharply at the height of the pandemic, but by November 22, employment in these sectors had recovered. After relatively small losses in federal jobs, government employment has recovered, with the total back to pre-pandemic levels. Overall, in fiscal year 22, an estimated 1.6 million visitors traveled to the territory, more than double the number recorded for fiscal year 21 of 777,000. This visitor growth equates to a 25% increase over 2020 levels of 1.3 million. Air arrivals continue to lead the rebound of tourism. The territory received 831,311 air arrivals in fiscal year 22, more than double that of fiscal year 21, with results boosted by solid demand and travel from the United States. The number of travelers by cruise ship increased sharply in fiscal year 22 to 851,000 from 30,000 in fiscal year 21. But as of September 22, passenger volume was still less than its 2020 benchmark. Hotel occupancy plummeted to 38% in fiscal year 20, but strong leisure travel demand drove the overall hotel occupancy rate to an average of 62% in fiscal year 22 from its pandemic low. This occupancy shows an increase when compared to the previous 2 years. Hotel occupancy tax revenue, which plummeted at the height of the pandemic, recovered significantly in fiscal year 22, more than 27.8% compared to fiscal year 2021, and more than double what it was in fiscal year 2020. According to the USVI Bureau of Internal Revenue's data, the Virgin Islands hotel room revenue was the highest for any year on record. As one of the most sensitive sectors to changes in interest rates, housing activity weakened in fiscal year 22. The average rate on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage soared from nearly 5.5% at the start of the year to about 8.75% at year-end, and most measures of housing activity dropped sharply. In line with this, the number of building permits has fallen sharply by 8% in fiscal year 22 compared to 2021. Private residential permits have also sharply declined by 15%, private non-residential by 53%, and public by 5%. While the housing sales and prices are not yet available for 22, we expect that tight housing supply and rising construction costs will keep median home prices close to the highs seen in 2021. During the fiscal year 2022, local revenues grew by 7% to $947 million against $881.9 million in the comparable period for the previous year. Major contribution in total operating revenue growth stemmed from a 7% rise in overall tax collection, but non-tax collection in fiscal year 2022 also increased by 19%. Personal income tax grew by $14.8 million, or 3%, to $462.4 million in fiscal year 22, from $447.6 million in fiscal year 21. Corporate income tax grew by $36.6 million, or 50%, to $109.1 million, from $72.5 million year over year. Real property tax revenues increased by 6.2% to $57.7 million from $54.4 million. Collection for trade and excise grew by $16.5 million, or 82%, to $36.7 million in fiscal year 22 from $20.2 million in fiscal year 21. Gross receipt tax faced a decrease of $16.6 million, or 7%, from $238.1 million in fiscal year 21 as compared to $221.5 million in fiscal year 22. On the other hand, total expenditures increased by 23.8% due to a sharp rise in net payroll, which includes the 8% retroactive pay, and accounts payable disbursements, including $11.6 million in advanced child tax credits. As of January 31, 2023, this fiscal year's overall general fund collections are on par with the fiscal year 22 collections. The major driver is in the individual income tax category, which shows an increase of 21% over the same period in fiscal year 22. This can be attributed to the increase in individuals resuming work after the pandemic. Corporate taxes for the same period, however, have decreased by 47%. While this may seem alarming, this is an anomaly since during fiscal year 21, FEMA made catch-up payments that were owed to vendors for multiple years. Going forward, we expect FEMA to make timely payments to the vendors, thus thus preventing another catch-up scenario. Through January 2023, gross receipts have increased 5% over the last fiscal year. The biggest categories of increases were found in hardware stores, electrical contractors, food service establishments, plumbing, heating, and air conditioning. This trend is expected to continue as the territory moves forward with the federally funded recovery projects. We are pleased to state that the payment of tax refunds has become more routine than it has been in the past, and we continue to make every effort to pay out a minimum of $5 million per month. Tax refunds through tax year 2021 are currently being paid, and as a new tax processing year has already begun, IRB will be starting the 22 tax season in the upcoming weeks. Year to date, we have paid approximately $15 million in refunds for variant tax years to include 2021. We are excited to also announce that the Bureau has finally started online filing of gross receipts tax returns. This portal went live last week. In addition, the online filing of individual income tax returns is anticipated to be available for tax year 2022, although we recognize that most refund taxpayers may have filed early. Fiscal year 2023 year-to-date revenues as of February 10th, 2023 are $293 million compared to $248 million at this same time in fiscal year 22, 18% higher year over year. This is in addition to federal reimbursement and other transfers in totaling $139 million for total revenues of $432 million. The current operating cash balance represents 5 days cash on hand. However, it should be noted that this figure changes every single day based on collections and payments made, and we are constantly reviewing available cash and prioritizing payments. As of January 31, there was still $72.6 million in disbursements for operational costs for the judicial and legislative branches and semi-autonomous agencies. This included $11.8 million and $8.2 million in direct payments to the courts, legislature, and WTJX for salaries. To date, $331.6 million from the general fund and about $59 million in federal funds have been spent. 45% of the general fund expenditures and 12% of federal funds are attributed to personnel activities. The remainder of the budget is spent on supplies, other services, and capital outlay. Roughly between $13 million to $14 million in salaries and $5 million in fringe benefits are being dispersed biweekly. As such, the total cost for salaries is $133 million and $47 million in fringe benefits. The breakdown is as follows: $152 million from the general fund, $7.5 million of federal funds, and $20.6 million from the special fund. We continue to monitor and update both our cash flow reports and revenue projections, inclusive of actuals to date, on a weekly basis, and at this point, we have no financial concern for closing out fiscal year 2023. The caveat here, however, is that these projections are based on current appropriation levels. We do not have the ability to sustain additional appropriations at this time, as doing so may result in reductions in allotments if projected revenues are not realized for the remainder of the year. The current employee population of the Government of the Virgin Islands is 6,724, consisting of 3,481 employees in the St. Thomas St. John District and 3,243 employees in the St. Croix District. There are 1,396 unclassified employees and 5,060 classified employees. Part-time, temporary, and per diem employees make up the remainder of the population. In fiscal year 22, the Division of Personnel processed over 5,903 notice of personnel actions. Of these, 1,205 hiring actions were completed, consisting of 544 new hires, 284 promotions, and 377 rehires. For fiscal year 2022, the GVI saw 328 resignations and 220 retirements. Hiring actions in the first quarter of fiscal year 23 have consisted of 107 new hires, 44 promotions, and 80 rehires. The DOP has started tracking personnel requisition forms as they are approved by OMB to work with agencies to streamline the posting of vacancies. As of January 31, 333 PRFs have been approved for posting. During fiscal year 22, DOP processed over $38 million in retroactive wages. The batch processing of survivor payments has started with a total payout of $948,526 processed to date and is ongoing. Combined health insurance coverage for fiscal year 23 increased from $177.3 million to $184.3 million, an increase of approximately $7 million or 4%, which represents medical premiums. There was no increase to the dental plan for fiscal year 23. Because the government has absorbed the health insurance increases for 2019, 2021, and 22, the cost share has shifted from 65-35 government to employee to 72-28%, meaning the government is covering 72% of health insurance premiums. We currently have 14,166 members covered on the health insurance eligibility system, BENTEC, 7,072 active and 7,094 retirees. 1,247 of the retirees are under the age of 65. For United Healthcare, we have 6,346 retirees and dependents covered. Stateside members, 1,076, USVI members, 5,270. Including dependents, over 25,000 individuals are covered under the insurance plan. As previously indicated, the health insurance rates remain the same for employees. However, the employer rates increased as of October 1, 2022. Further, as of October 1, 2022, we no longer have disabled rates as we transitioned all retirees who are disabled, no matter their age, to United Healthcare. To date, premiums and payments made to the carriers and vendors total $64,854,637.93. The board will be soliciting bids this year. The government continues to improve the quality of life for Virgin Islanders by negotiating wages and other benefits for unionized government employees. Over the last 4 years, the Office of Collective Bargaining has negotiated 17 agreements with 6 unions. Negotiations are ongoing with the Virgin Islands State Nurses Association, Registered Nurses Leadership Union, International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, and the United Steelworkers. Currently, 13 other collective bargaining agreements are expired. All the collective bargaining agreements can be found at the Division of Personnel's website at Collective Bargaining Agreement/USVI Divisions of Personnel. Last August, the government requested its annual cover-over advance of Internal Revenue Matching Funds in the amount of $290,789,317. This estimate is based on the collection of an estimated $311,375,000 of fiscal year 2023 excise taxes on 23.5 million proof gallons of rum produced in the territory, less an adjustment for actual fiscal year 21 production in the amount of $20,585,683. The $311,375,023 estimate was based on a cover-over rate of 13.25 per proof gallon. However, the 13.25 per proof gallon rate expired on December 31, 2021, and the Department of the Interior determined that it had to base the fiscal year 23 advance on the statutory rate of $10.50 per proof gallon, resulting in the fiscal year 23 adjusted advance payment to the government of $226,165,037. This amount reflected a difference of $64,625,000 that would have been due to the government had the 1325 rate been in effect. We should note that the difference of $64.6 million will be shared with the rum companies. The government anticipates this amount will ultimately be received once the extender legislation is approved in Congress. Historically, it has been the practice that such underpayments are paid retroactively once the legislation is in place. Congress has never failed to pass extender legislation, and those rate extenders have always been enacted retroactively. Should the extender legislation not be approved by the time of the September 23 advance, the government can expect the advance for fiscal year 24 to be based on the 1050 rate. Assuming the same level of production, this would produce a gross payment approximating the advance amount of $246,700,000, the advance amount of $246,750,000 received in September 22. This payment would in turn be reduced by the customary true-up amount reflecting both the difference between actual and estimated production in the previous 2 years, as well as an additional adjustment for the cover-over amounts advanced for the period from January 1 to September 30, 2022. Accordingly, an amount that may be as much as $52 million, reflecting 9 months of the advance amount of $1325 rather than $1050, would be netted against the advance for fiscal year 24 due in September 23. The amount of that adjustment will depend on both the amount and timing of proof gallons subject to taxation over the course of the fiscal year. Based on an anticipated advance of fiscal year 24 at $10.50 of $246,750,000, that resulting advance for fiscal year 24 based on a $52 million adjustment would be $196,870,000. It must be noted that the lower cover-over rate of $10.50 does not impact the securitization corporation bonds that were sold last year to restructure the outstanding Public Finance Authority matching fund bonds. Based on current and projected rum production levels and a $10.50 cover-over rate, revenues pledged to secure the securitization corporation bonds are projected to be at least 2.5 times the debt service due on those bonds. This marks a decline from the 3 times coverage of debt service projected when those bonds were sold. The impact of the 1050 cover-over rate on the government employees' retirement system will result in a shortfall of between $20 million and $28 million annually on the cash flow to the GERS. These reduced payments are projected to result in an extension of the term of the note held by the GRS for a period of 7 years to allow for a recovery of underpayments due to the lower cover-over rate. Siegel, the GRS actuaries, have evaluated the impact of the 1050 cover-over rate. Should the extender legislation never be enacted, let me reread that. Siegel, the GRS actuaries, have evaluated the impact of the 1050 cover-over rate should the extender legislation never be enacted. In their assessment, based on the shortfall due to the cover-over rate, the market value of assets is projected to decrease, and the plan is projected to become temporarily insolvent in the plan year ending September 30, 2034. The next key date with respect to the cover-over payments comes this September. If Congress has adopted extended legislation over the ensuing months, but before September, the government can expect to receive retroactive payment of the $64.6 million noted above, as well as full payment of the advance at the renewed 1325 rate, net of any true-up payment based upon actual versus estimated production, as is the customary practice. Whenever the extenders are ultimately passed, any such historical underpayments are expected to be paid to the government on a retroactive basis. Should the extender legislation be passed after the September advance, the estimated $52 million deducted from the fiscal year 24 advance due in September 23 would be expected to be paid retroactively, along with the $64.6 million amount deducted from the fiscal year 23 advance paid in September 22. The recovery of the territory remains a priority, and the mission to continue to strengthen the territory's critical infrastructure and positively impact the economy is in full swing. The Office of Disaster Recovery is steadfast in leading the charge of securing funding for projects, tracking the progress of those projects, and addressing any issues and roadblocks, all in compliance with federal regulations. In 2022, approximately 35 large recovery projects were completed, including Vitima's tsunami warning system, the installation of brand new playground equipment at Head Start facilities territory-wide, and the restoration of recreational facilities at Fort Frederick Beach in Frederiksted. 2023 is a significant year for recovery, as critical projects enter the construction phase to include the Arthur Richards Pre-K through 8 School on St. Croix and the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Center on St. Thomas. Work will also continue on the rehabilitation of the territory's parks and sports facilities. Currently, Emil Griffith, Rudy Krieger, and Joseph Abane parks are all in progress, as well as the libraries and the Walter I. M. Hodge Pavilion, which when completed will bring online 248 units of affordable housing. The Department of Health is also making progress on a new office for women, infant, and children at the Nude Hansen Complex on St. Thomas, and WAPA is diligently working on its installation of new generators at the Randolph Harley substation. Overall, in 2023, ODR projects the completion of 44 projects and anticipates the start of over $930 million in recovery projects this year. Coupled with projects already in progress, over $1.63 billion is projected to be expended in fiscal year 23. This would result in $81.3 million in gross receipt taxes anticipated from disaster recovery projects. All in all, the territory now anticipates more than $12 billion in recovery funding because of the 2017 hurricanes. To date, $7.4 billion of those funds have already been allocated, and in 2022, the territory expended over $460 million in recovery funding. In total, $5.9 billion has been obligated from various federal sources, and over $2.9 billion has been expended to date. Though progress is being made, it is not without challenges. The recovery continues to manage the effects of rising inflation, the impact of supply chain issues, local match shortfalls, deficiencies in building capacity, and increasing construction costs. Nevertheless, we remain steadfast in our mission to ensure the start and completion of critical projects, make sure projects meet deadlines, and track invoices to secure timely payments. In addition to the federal infrastructure investments that I referenced earlier, we have already had a significant influx of federal dollars into the territory through various grants intended to provide economic relief to struggling businesses and residents from the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. In 2021, we were awarded $547 million in coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds through the American Rescue Plan Act. SLFRF, awarded by the U.S. Treasury, provides a substantial infusion of resources to help turn the tide on the pandemic, address its economic fallout, and lay the foundation for a strong and equitable recovery. all SLFRF must be obligated by December 31, 2024, and expended by December 31, 2026. Eligible uses are replace lost public sector revenue, support COVID-19 public health and economic response, and address negative economic impacts, provide premium pay for eligible workers, invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, and administrative costs for the grant management. As of January 2023, SLFRF funds have been allocated to the authorized expenditure categories displayed below. Public health, negative economic impacts, public health, premium pay, infrastructure, revenue replacement, and administrative. Approximately 32% of the dollars we received have been allocated to the revenue replacement category. The chart below shows the departments and agencies that have approved revenue replacement projects and the associated amounts. For the Department of Human Services, $250,000. Licensing and Consumer Affairs, $3.3 million. Public Works, $30 million. Reimbursement to the General Fund, $20 million. Office of Management and Budget, $112,000. Office of the Governor, $135,000. The Office of the Governor of Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico Committee, $124,000. Department of Education, $1.5 million. Police Department, $2.8 million. Waste Management Authority, $17.4 million. Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, $97.5 million. And the VI Public Finance Authority, $6 million. While the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority has been approved for $97 million, there still remains $20.4 million to transfer to the authority. This will occur at a rate of $5.1 million per month for the next 4 months. March through June 2023, and is to be used to assist with additional fuel costs. There is no additional commitment to WAPA from the ARPA funds. Any additional needs of WAPA will have to be presented by WAPA to this body for approval and an appropriation. 3 of the most visible programs we funded out of ARPA are the taxi stipends, Social Security stipends, and premium pay to eligible workers. To date, we have made 651 payments of $1,000 each to licensed taxi drivers, totaling $651,000. OMB has received an updated listing from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles that is being validated with the submission from the Taxicab Commission to ensure that all eligible recipients have or will receive their stipends in short order. Payments to eligible Social Security recipients proved to be a bit more challenging. We processed 21,059 stipend checks at $500 each, totaling $10,529,500 to be distributed to Social Security recipients. We successfully distributed 19,269 checks, totaling $9.6 million, and have 183 checks for recipients who are deceased. These checks will be returned to the Department of Finance to adjust the accounting system and void those checks. We also have 32 checks that were returned to OMB and 1,575 checks with incomplete or bad addresses. We are in the process of creating a database and a technology-driven solution whereby eligible Social Security residents who have not received a stipend check can enter their name and other pertinent information into a web-based application for further processing. That includes those who may be prompted to enter a correct mailing address so that we can mail out the checks we still have, plus those who will be prompted to upload evidence that they are a Social Security recipient since 2020 for those who have not yet received stipend payments. We recognize that not everyone may have access to computers, so alternative measures will be put in place to assist those seniors who have a need, including publishing names in the newspaper of the 1,575 recipients that we don't have addresses for. This system is expected to be live by the middle of March, so on behalf of Governor Bryan and the OMB team, I ask I ask persons to exercise a little bit more patience and to stay tuned to media sources for additional updates. Relative to premium payments, we have issued a total of $23,249,519 in premium payments to 13,344 individuals at 387 private sector businesses and 24 government entities. There are currently a total of 1,537 premium paychecks valued at $2.3 million awaiting disbursement by the Department of Finance, and we have requested additional information from 139 companies so that we can finalize distribution of premium payments for employees who worked during the pandemic. This body will appreciate that it has been indeed a daunting task to review, approve, and process all of these payments, all at the same time, inclusive of tax refunds, biweekly payroll, and vendor payments, especially with limited staff at OMB and DOF. But we expect to be able to bring these programs to a final close by the end of April. To the staff at the Office of Management and Budget, especially the ARPA Revenue GVI Fellows and admin teams, as well as the staff at the Department of Finance, especially Treasury, Payroll, and Accounting teams, the staff at the Division of Personnel who assisted with the premium pay rollout, and to anyone who assisted in any way, Director O'Neill sends a profound thank you. Without your hard work and dedication, these programs would not be possible, and we are eternally grateful for all that you have done. Madam Chair, this concludes my testimony for the financial condition of the territory. I trust that we have provided a comprehensive overview on behalf of Governor Bryan. We remain available to answer any questions that the members of the body may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bruce, for your testimony. Based on the correspondence that I sent to the lead of the financial team and CC'd all of you, I believe that you've covered all of the areas that we asked for, asked an update on. So it's my hope that you'll be able to respond to the questions with the absence of the OMB director. I asked earlier that you reach out to find out if she can have someone come here, because I know that her office was taking care of the premium pay matters. I see my good colleague in the St. Croix district, and I do not want this meeting to run away. So, and my colleagues is the majority leader. And I know the questions are going to come, so were you able to reach out?
I was able to reach out to her. Unfortunately, there is no one at OMB that can come at this time. However,
No. Come at this time or answer the questions. Which one it is?
What's the difference?
Yeah, the difference is they either know what's going on or they don't. But you wouldn't be able to answer that, right?
We will not be able to answer it. However, there is a lot of information about the premium pay that we can assist with. And
Okay.
as we are a team, once you split up the questions, we can all answer the questions that we are responsible for.
Let's give it a shot. Let's make sure we give it a shot and move forward. One of the things I neglected to do is I neglected to ask the Madam Clerk to read today's agenda into the record. So if you can do that for me, please, I would appreciate it.
Yes, Madam Chair. The agenda reads as follows. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will convene on Tuesday, February 21st, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers to receive testimony from the government's financial team on the financial overview of the government of the Virgin Islands. They are Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget, Ms. Bosede Bruce, Commissioner, Department of Finance, Mr. Joel Lee, Director, VI Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Ira Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Mr. Brent Latham, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Ms. Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel. And Ms. Joss Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. This concludes the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, today we're going to have 2 rounds. And I think it's important that I lay that out so you can, decide what specifically, how you want to craft your conversations for today. But let me just share with you that the correspondence that was sent to the financial team requested specific information in addition to the financial health, which is tax collections, and I can't understand my own handwriting. What was that thing at the bottom, Jamila? I will go ahead until she could tell me. Real property tax collections and assessments. Of course, expenditures to date, filling of central government vacancies, contract negotiations to include completed, scheduled, and pending negotiations, impact of the reduced rum cover over rate, the status of the COVID-19/ARPA funding received to date to include expenditures awarded to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, and the FY23 commitment, and commitment meaning to WAPA. An update on the premium pay distribution and the status of the $500 payment to Virgin Islanders who receive Social Security. Real property tax collections and assessment. Real property tax collections and assessment, and tax refunds. So I believe that it was, for the most part, covered in the testimony. I'm certain that we have lots of pointed questions around this update that we received today. So colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. And it's my hope that we will be able to feed off of each other as we query and have this discussion today. I'm actually looking for one of my documents, but as I look for it, as we prepared for today's meeting, of course, we went to the Department of Finance's website, the Bureau of Internal Revenue's website, and we noted that the reporting at the DOF is not updated. The Department of Finance reports, last reporting says October of 2022. So we're going to open by getting a justification as to what's the status. Why are we not? We are now in what, the second quarter of fiscal year 2023, and we're not seeing that reporting on the Department of Finance, and we saw that this morning. So we need to find out from you, Commissioner Bruce, what's the challenge with that update? We're getting that update in real time or more timely?
Right. So there was a technical issue with one of the agencies with reporting the revenue. It has now been corrected, and we are now making those postings. We will be doing the reporting for the first quarter of the fiscal year. We're finalizing that now, and we should be updating the website shortly. But we could not put partial information or incorrect information out there, and we opted to delay until we had everything that we needed.
What agency was that?
The BIR.
Okay, so the BIR director is here. Could you share with us what your challenges are or were as it relates to the data?
My understanding was it was a computer communication issue. It wasn't a processing issue. It was more the computer did not talk to one another. There was a breakdown in the tech world. It wasn't simply a...
Okay, so for clarification, because I was going to ask this question. So you're saying that your systems talk to the
Correct.
systems of Department of Finance, and that's how they roll up
Correct.
their information. And because we looked at your information, and your information was updated.
Yep.
I think the last we saw for you was what month?
It'd be January.
January, yes. So you're saying that your information wasn't correct, that we were noting as well then?
Our computer wasn't able to talk to her computer. There was a computer glitch.
Also, it's a glitch and not, but that's not what the commissioner represented. The commissioner represented that there was issues with the data, and the issues with the data is what caused them not to update the information. So your information is not updated manually?
It is not updated manually, so my apologies for the miscommunication. Yes, the computers were not talking to each other, and so by the time it was escalated to me and Director Lee, a few weeks had passed. So there was just a delay. The two computers weren't talking to each other. My apologies.
Okay, so now they're talking.
Yes.
So when do we expect to see the updates on your system?
My team is working on it now because they had to roll it into the other revenue data that we have. And so once they've completed and confirmed the numbers, then we will update the system.
Okay. Okay, so there's an important question that we need to ask before we begin this discussion. And it's tied to fiscal year 2022. So of course we set a budget, a general fund budget in 2022. And I don't have all the numbers in front of me, Mr. Post Auditor. 2022. Numbers are... Okay, so in FY 2022, we appropriated $1,053,000,000, right? And one of the things that we have not received in this institution over the years is, so based on our appropriation levels and based on the revenues, were the projections over or were they under? So I know that you probably don't have that information in front of you today. Well, we've done our research and we have it. I am not going to make any assumptions. And the conversation is always, oh, we do not have the audited financial records. We do not need audited financial records for y'all to give us between the Office of Management and Budget and the Department of Finance to provide a report that clearly shows what the projections were, well, what the revenue projections were for that particular fiscal year versus what the expenditures were, whether we were over or whether we were under. Do we have that information today?
No, my team along with our accounting assistants is working on the financial statements for fiscal year 2022. Our priority was focused towards wrapping up the 2020 audit and beginning 2021, but we are now working on those financial statements. Once we have those, then we can submit those as unaudited financials in a comparative format to compare to the budget versus actuals.
Do you have the ones for 2021?
Yes, I have a preliminary 2021 financial statement. And we can submit that.
There's a reason why this question is being asked. So in state governments throughout the contiguous, what happens is appropriations are passed, revenues are projected, and there's a responsibility for the institution of the legislature to look at what was appropriated against what was expended to determine if there are any resources left for government services that should go back to the people. And that's the reason for my question. For too long, this institution has been in the dark about that information. That information should be information that is provided automatically. unaudited, no problem. But we should be able to see how did we do in fiscal year 2022 based on what we projected and based on what we expended. And I don't think that anybody would have an issue with what I'm saying today. It's important. We looked at states throughout the United States, throughout the contiguous, and what they've done is some states have utilized their additional resources to give it to their citizenry. They've reduced their tax rates. We have to start making decisions about how we do business in the Virgin Islands. So it has to be more than we appropriate money, we spend money, and then everybody go along their merry way. Okay, so I'm gonna. There's a point of inquiry from Senator DeGraff. You may proceed, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Along the same lines, that was my first question. Through the chair to the Finance Commissioner, is there a listing of reconciliations that you have every year that are supposed to be met? So once we pay off all of those obligations, then we should know we have monies left over. Is there a reconciliation list?
Right. So that reconciliation list would actually be the financial statements. So we are compiling that data. It should be ready in a couple of weeks. So you're using a term reconciliation, but in this case, for knowing the revenues and expenditures, those will show up on the financial statements. And you'll see them compared to what was budgeted and what was actually spent.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I'm going to move forward with the meeting. And let me see who's first. So, colleagues, our first round is going to be 5 minutes. Senator Marvin Blyden, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning to the governor's financial team.
Morning,
and
Senator.
good morning, Commissioner Booth, for that testimony. Before I begin, I would like to give a shout out, birthday blessings to the governor. Blessed birthday today. Hope you enjoy your day. Two things jumped out at me when the testimony was read. Starting on page 6, Director Lee, let me ask you quickly, in respect to the testimony, it spoke to, according to the USVI Bureau of Internal Revenue data, the USVI's hotel room revenue was the highest for any year on record. And I'm saying to myself, how is that possible when we know that many of our hotels are still not online, and the occupancy rate in terms of what was stated in testimony is like 60-some%. I know before, pre-hurricane, many times we had above 90% occupancy rate. So are you telling me that despite all of that, that's the highest we have seen ever on record? Does that include Airbnb? Does those numbers include Airbnb? Can you?
Yeah, yes, it does.
Okay, very well.
So, yes, with the lower room capacity, of course, that drives up the price. It's if you're thinking occupancy, less occupancy actually increases price. More occupancy, decreases price. So, at the end of the day, we were a very hot tourist destination. Still is.
Very well. And on page 10, this will go to you, Commissioner Richardson, Commissioner. It spoke to the numbers in terms of GVI employees. It spoke to 544 new hires, 284 promotions, 377 rehires, 328 resignation, and 220 retirements. That's pretty high. Did you glean any information in terms of that 328 resignation? Have you seen anything as to why? That's my question. The why?
Good morning, Senator. I don't have the reason as to why. I just provided that was overall for the entire fiscal year.
I would like to see some type of analysis done as to the why, so we can improve as a government as the reason why.
Okay.
On page page 4 of the testimony, it spoke also to, there's a chart on figure 2, and it spoke to the jobs between 2020 and 2022 by industry, and it went down the list, and the only area that we are seeing an increase is leisure and hospitality. We are seeing a significant decrease when it comes to construction. Some 1,673 jobs we have lost in that industry. And I'm thinking, with the many, based on the testimony, with the many, some 8 billion, I know they say we have $2 million we have appropriated, but with the many funds that's coming on the pipeline and the many work orders, etc., that we have at the government, how is it that we can find a way to streamline processes to actually address some of these numbers, as I see here in the chart? Because I would have expected that industry to be the most robust and the strongest industry in us, basically keeping our head afloat when it comes to the revenues, whether income, personal income tax, corporate tax, etc., all of the above. It checks most of the boxes. What are we doing in terms of putting our brains together in terms of actually trying to see how we can actually streamline processes to address many of these shortfalls, to assure that we collect many of these funds
1 minute more
within a certain time frame to help keep our government afloat? Can anyone address that for me, please, succinctly?
You are... so with our recovery effort, we expect for these to go up. While this information was submitted to us by the Bureau of Economic Research,
30 seconds.
while this information was submitted by her, you will see that the time period was between fiscal year 2020 and 2022. I am hoping, it is our hope that once these recovery projects come online, that it will increase.
Okay, very well. Director, Richardson, quickly, I know you said you did not, you said you did not know, but is exit interview a part of the process at the Department of Personnel? Because I know you say you did know, but is that part of your process?
The exit interview does not happen at the level of Division of Personnel. It happens within the respective agency.
Okay, very well. And in closing, I know that it was said in terms of there's a chart also for those that receive the Social Security $500 checks, and also for those that have premium pay. And I mean, I'm not happy to see that there is a balance of some $40 million for premium pay, and for those on Social Security also. But I know I've been getting calls from seniors and other individuals in the community who have not received their checks. So besides putting it online, etc., what else can we do to actually reach those, especially those seniors, because they don't have access? How can we assist those individuals? I've been doing my part in terms of sharing that information, but how can we address those individuals? And thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you so much for your responses. Can you respond to that, please, on the chair's time, if possible?
Yes, so thank you for the question. Like what was stated in the testimony, not only is the website coming online, but we plan to do a listing once we get that online. And what I read here was that just look for your social media outlets, and I'm sure that we're gonna print a listing of checks. But as it relates to the premium pay, we are processing those all manually. So we receive requests from private businesses, but we have the information for government, and we're processing those all manually. So we go through and we have to check everything. We have to flag employees who maybe they are due a premium pay in the government and with maybe a part-time job. And so everything is done manually. Both OMB and my office are short-staffed, and there are thousands of payments to be made for almost 400 private industry companies.
Does that satisfy you, Senator? Okay, so let me just ask a quick follow-up. I know Senator Joseph has a point of inquiry, but let me ask a quick follow-up. So you made reference to part-time and full-time employees. So we've gotten complaints in our office where individuals have received the premium pay for their part-time job and not the full-time job. So do people receive premium pay twice, or you receive premium pay based on your primary employment? I mean, but the question is a loaded question because not all positions are created equal as far as premium pay is concerned. So it's a loaded question. So just be mindful of what I'm asking, because we know of some individuals who have received premium pay only on their part-time. And what is the premium pay amount? Is there a across-the-board amount, or there's a sliding scale as it relates to how it's paid? And I ask that question because people have also received varying amounts of the premium pay.
Right. So any citizen of the Virgin Islands will only receive one premium pay. And I don't want to put on the record, if my memory serves me correctly, there was a threshold. So up to a certain dollar amount, you got one amount, I think was $2,000, and then over that amount and up to another threshold amount that I'm sure Director O'Neill can get me the information. But because we're doing this manually, we're going through, so if someone appears in 2 spreadsheets, we flag them. And so if we're processing for a part-time job, say, if we're processing for them first, and we pay, when we get to that person's agency in government, they've been flagged, they will not get another payment.
Do you see the challenge with that? Y'all see the problem with that? We did not think this through. The problem with that is we know that many of our citizens, workers, etc., they have part-time jobs. So when we put out our messaging, and I always say we, because all of us is part of this thing. When we put out our messaging needed to be clear that if you're part-time, then ask those employers who have part-time employees who are on a full-time payroll should not have submitted for them, because then they're at a disadvantage. Because why they're at a disadvantage? All of the files don't come in at the same time. Every entity ain't sending it at the same time. If your part-time job sending yours before your full-time job, then you sleep. You don't get the benefit of being that full-time employee. So, we have to think about when we are implement, and again, these are new programs and new things that we're working on, but we have to really think about how we are fleshing them out as we implementation is important, because now people are feeling marginalized because they feel that they have not received their full complement. So when we intend to do good, but then what happens is the intent, we kind of fail at the intent because we didn't consider that. That's a major piece when you talk about part-time and somebody who works part-time and they have full-time employment. So I don't know how that can be corrected, but we need to recognize that it is a problem. And of course, you clearly stated that this is a manual process. So communication is key.
Yeah. Thank you for your comments. Not only is it manual, but we're also, outside of the government, we have to wait for a company to submit to us, to submit an application. So if a company does not, we wouldn't even know that that employee existed. So in some case, our communication has been to a person who stops me, who stops anyone along the, stops any one of us who are in the process. Once we explain to them, they understand. And there have been, in the beginning, there were things that we communicated, and but I hear your comment that we can communicate some more, and we will do that.
No, so this is bigger than a comment, you know. This ain't a comment. This is how do we ensure that we are that whatever program that we are implementing it fair. I'm certain that the intent was not to be unfair. But as we look at these and we see the challenges, that we need to stop and we look at it. So it's not about people that we meet along the way. It's about how do we actually stop and recognize, hey, you know, we have a challenge here. We also have folks texting me as I speak saying that they have people who've received 2 payments. So, you know, in these types of programs, that's going to happen, right? That's going to happen, that people will receive 2 payments. So, you know, if we have citizens that have received 2 payments and we have people who have received none, send back the second payment because it's an error. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to have each other's back. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good morning to everyone. My question is regarding the private sector businesses' premium pay. Is there still time for persons in the private sector to apply for the premium pay? Because I know of several businesses that have inquired about their workers receiving premium pay because they were unaware of certain deadlines and certain information regarding this premium pay program.
I will check on that for you.
Speaking to the mics.
My apologies. I'll check on that for you. I do want to give some further information, though, along to respond to some of the comments that you were making about it being unfair. So with the one threshold, if we see that then we get more information from another employer, we can make someone whole if there was an amount that was reduced because of what their salary level was. When we get more information, then we can make them whole, because then employees have to be eligible also. So for a business, even though that business employees can get premium pay, there's also eligibility, and people start to think that regardless of whatever their salary was, they're going to get that premium pay. So like I said, I agree with you about the communication. We will communicate more.
I think one of my
Madam
colleagues
Chair?
had a point of inquiry on St. Croix. Senator Gittins, were you raising your hand over there?
Director Octolin was trying to get your attention. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to add to
Wait,
the
hold up,
conversation,
hold 1 second.
that there is a
Ms.
maximum-
Adrian Octolin, you allow me to recognize you before you speak. What did you say, Senator Gittins?
I was just informing you that the director was trying to get your attention.
Okay. All right. So before you speak, you have to be recognized, okay? Director Octolin Williams Octolin, you had a comment you would like to make?
Yes, I just wanted to share that there is a maximum on the compensation amount for those premium funds, that it is $70,000. So it's a cumulative amount that if there's multiple applications that have been sent in, there's still a cap at 70K.
Understood, but you understand that that's not the issue on the table, right? The issue is not the cap. We're talking about people who, making 30,000 one way and have a little part-time job. So that's not what the issue is on the table. We just have to figure out how to communicate so the businesses would know. It just needs to be a part of your process, your policy. If you have this, then You can't have that. It's one or the other, because then that's where you continue to run into these kind of issues. And then what's happening is they're having the conversations they're calling us to complain. So, and we are not in charge of the distribution of those funds. So we need to make sure that we put it out on the record, what the concerns are. So if there is a ability or opportunity for you to write correct, then that's what the expectation is. You had your point of inquiry, right? Okay. Oh, it wasn't answered. Did you hear Senator Joseph's point of inquiry?
My apologies. Would you repeat that?
You said you were going to look for the information. I don't know if you found it. It was regarding the private sector. When were the businesses in the private sector supposed to submit their information? Is it still ongoing and you're collecting the information?
Okay, so she answered that question, Senator. She said that she will have to get back to us, and that's the reason why I asked specifically if there was someone from the Office of Management and Budget that could come here this morning to answer those simple questions.
Right, so I have the answer now.
You have the answer?
Yes, so the deadline has been extended numerous times, and we have so much now that we're trying to get through the ones that we have.
Diana, answer. What is the deadline? Is there a new deadline?
No, there is no new deadline.
So it's infinitum?
No, the application period is closed.
Okay, so the application period is closed, but you're still accepting applications.
No, we're not still accepting applications. The application.
When did the application period close? That's what the senator asked. The application period closed when? You don't know. Okay. So if you could get that information, I think it's important for us to get it on the record today. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next senator. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. In the essence of time, I'll just jump right into my questions. Commissioner Bruce, have there been any consideration? I'm having a reverb. Have there been any consideration whether or not our fiscal year alignment is the most efficient and effective way for us to conduct business?
I don't understand your question, sir.
My question is whether or not the September to October is effective. Have there been any consideration, not because we've been doing this for an extended period of time, have there been any consideration where we're better prepared to capture the necessary information that we need during the assessment of a different fiscal year, perhaps from June to July?
Sir, I am not, thank you for the question. I am not aware of conversations about adjusting the fiscal year, but I will make note of it and we'll go back to our financial team to discuss the option. But I'm not aware of conversations about it.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for that. I just concerned that we're just doing things because that's the way we have been doing it for forever, and that's the most appropriate way. So there was, well, before I go to my next question, what is the status of the transparency website? What's happening in that space?
Right, so the transparency website, we had to take it down. Those same technical issues of integrating the information was problematic, and it was the information, like I know the information that we were submitting, once it was processed through and coming onto the site, it was wrong. So we had to take it down so that we can fix those integration issues.
Any idea when I'll be up and running again?
We had a date in March, and I did not attend our last update meeting, so I'm not sure if there was a change in that.
Director Akhtarin?
Yes, we did.
Williams Akhtarin?
Director O'Neill mentioned in our cabinet meeting that it should be up by the end of this month, first week of March.
Thank you. Commissioner Bruce, there was a evident decrease in the amount of gross receipt tax we receive in the neighborhood of approximately $16 million per your testimony. Can you speak to what is attributed to that decrease?
Yes, Director Lee will respond to that. Thank you.
Good day, Senator. What I noticed was a decrease in travel because the airline flights were astronomical and gasoline prices overall. So I was keeping a good eye on overall, and what I'm seeing is that has to do a big part of it. Just less travel to the VI. Gas prices cause a lot of people to not shop as much, coupled with the increase of food prices. We just had an overall effect. People weren't going out.
Very well, and that's a very important point because, in fact, we continue to have issues regarding airlifts, especially here in the District of St. Croix. Have there been any discussion by the financial team in respect to how do we intend to address this particular issue, or at least try to stave off the impact that we're seeing in that space?
Good day, Senator. Not to my knowledge. I would assume probably tourism has been having that discussion. Coupled with, it's even challenging to go back and forth between islands because of lack of pilots. So, but
1 minute.
Once again, I presume that's a more tourism related question.
Rather, very well. And my time has been running real fast. In regards to the Epstein funding, Commissioner Bruce, can you speak to any funds received so far and the Epstein funding, as well as how or where is that funding resides? Is there a special account that has been established for that, as well
30
as
seconds.
expenditures in regards to the Epstein account, Epstein funding?
Yes, Senator, we did put those funds in a separate account. To date, we have 42.3 million incoming and no expenditures.
Very well. Is there any accounting in terms of how that funding will be expended?
Time.
Or what's happening in that area?
Not as yet. Not as yet. No budget received from anywhere yet.
Very well. My time has been called, Madam Chair.
Yes, you have another question, Mr. President?
Yes, just real quickly, in the issue of we continue to see that we have the active employees on par with retired employees. I wanted to ask the Division of Personnel what is being done to ramp up the hiring of additional so that we could at least address the imbalance that we continue to see with the 1-for-1. Thank you, Madam Chair. She can answer in your time.
Good morning. Thank you for that question. In regards to the hiring, I can say that we are trying to do a lot more targeted hiring, where we're going after specific sectors such as nursing and actually going into the various agencies. For example, Vitima was here last week or a couple weeks ago, I believe, and they talked about their 911 operators. So we're actually going to be doing the testing on site, and that test is automated. Once the results are received, we'll be doing interviewing on site as well and giving their HRs a select period of time for them to do their background checks and whatever else is necessary and try to get them to close that window on some of those vacancies. I'm looking at specific agencies and their needs and targeting based on what their needs are. We're also tracking our PRFs from OMB. So for this fiscal year so far, for Q1, we've already tracked 333 PRFs. That's not inclusive of salary increases, and we're giving the agencies a specific time frame to get those postings up so those vacancies can be posted and advertised as needed.
Thank you for your responses. Mr. President, does that satisfy your query?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll continue to query further in my next round. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to make sure that we stay on track as it relates to the financial health of the GVA. We took the opportunity to look at the data from the Bureau of Internal Revenue. We did a comparison between FY22 of December and FY23 December. And we're seeing that the corporate income tax has a reduction. In 2022, we saw revenues of, based on the IRB website, of course, $23.9 million. And in FY 2023, we're seeing $12.4 million. That is a significant reduction of some 48%. That totals something like $11.5 million. What conversations are you having, is the financial team having around this significant reduction? And how then are we going to be meeting our appropriations if we're seeing these reductions? I'm sure there are increases elsewhere, but let me just hear from you around the corporate income tax, significant 48% SOUT reduction.
Good day, Senator. Once again, I'm Joe Lee from Bureau of Internal Revenue. Okay, as in a nutshell, FEMA caught up our vendors in calendar year 2020. Those vendors, or the major the contractors in the territory, they filed their taxes in the following year. Most businesses file on extension. That extension ends in October 15th, which is actually fiscal year 2022. So in October fiscal year 2022, we got a huge amount of filings because FEMA paid in 2020. Now, this last fiscal year, October 22, which is actually fiscal year 23, we did not see that. I'm kind of going slow because I know it's a little bit to wrap your head around. So now we're not going to see that. And we really don't want to see that again, because that meant FEMA held out for multiple years on paying contractors who were still responsible for payroll and all of the other costs to keep themselves going. As far as I know, FEMA is, we're good now.
So this is an anomaly?
An anomaly, correct.
Okay, I just want to be clear that that's what this is. So for clarification, this is an unusual transaction.
It skewed the numbers quite a bit.
It did.
Yeah.
So then that brings me to your so we're seeing now in the individual income taxes for comparing 21 to 22, 14 million, 14.5, 27.8, a 92% increase.
Yep.
So that helps to balance.
Correct. And individuals tend to not necessarily wait till October 15th an extension.
But why the big jump in FY22?
We had said because most people went back to work. Once the pandemic was, we opened up.
Okay, and you have a point because I'm looking at the 2020 data.
Yep.
And the data for 2020 says it's right on par with what's happening now in 2022, 27.9 million.
Yes.
So basically the same thing. And that's kind of what we wanted to hear in the testimony a little more. How are we seeing what the differences actually mean? But if you look at the data, you'll see why the difference is. And you're seeing now that we are right correcting. 21 and 2023 seems to be aligning, except for the issue that you stated earlier regarding the corporate piece. No, that's 144 in 2021, 144 million as opposed to 160 million. And again, so miscellaneous, we are seeing, so we're seeing a negative South in miscellaneous of 16 million in 21, 14 million, no, 16,000, 14,000, so no, that's not it. So where's the true difference in this? Do you have this information in front of you?
I'm looking at January's as the most current. So what line are you trying to?
So in FY 2021,
Okay.
the total general fund revenue was 144 million,
Okay.
right? About.
Okay, that includes in addition to IRBs.
Correct.
Okay. In addition to IRBs.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we're seeing a cumulative for 22 of 161 million, and we understand why, because of the conversation we had earlier around the corporate taxes. But then in 23, we're seeing, although we still have a negative, because we're saying we're on par with our collections, or on par with meeting our budget obligations or appropriations, but we have what is it, $1.5 million that we're off. We're seeing 160 million compared to FY 2021, we're seeing 160.4 million as collections thus far for 2023.
Well, I'm hoping in 2 months when April 15 comes around, we'll be made whole. Because I am assuming you're looking at a full year of tax, that includes tax filings. I don't have 21 in front of me, my apologies.
Oh, you don't have 21? Okay. Yeah. No, I'm not looking at a full year. Okay. I'm looking at the month within the year, not a full year at all.
Okay. Well.
The first quarter, rather.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to, in 2 months, let's see what the returns come in. Because at that time, a lot of people probably were filing not as much simply to get stimulus payments.
Okay. So let me ask you though, when should we be able to see the January?
The January numbers are up. They're posted.
The January numbers are up.
Yes.
That's right. Your numbers are up. You're correct. Okay. All right. And then I have in the testimony there was a discussion about 5 days of cash. What is our biweekly liability, payroll liability?
It's about a little less than 20 million.
So what does 5 days of cash mean? What does that mean?
That means including the payroll and what our average expenses are.
So what's your average expenses?
So that also varies because we only know, other than the payroll, which is...
I'm trying to align it with your 5 days of cash.
Right.
Yeah, trying to align it.
Right.
So what caused you to say you have 5 days of cash? So we have a $20 million liability. Well, no. That's a biweekly liability. So did you base your 5 days of cash on biweekly or monthly?
We do this every week. I actually have a new one that we just got in for the time ended February 3rd, and it's now 8 days. So we go through all of our forecasts, so all of our expenditures in the budget.
So you have 8 days of cash?
Per our last report.
But
yes.
we get this report this morning at 12:30.
Yes, and we had agreed to use the end of the month dates, end of January dates. So the way this cash forecast works is that we have all of the way our budget, pursuant to the 2023 budget, spread out over the months. We take into consideration like that in April 15th. So this same data closer to April will be different just because we know we expect funds in on April 15th. So we go through, it includes all of our cash, our net payroll, our health care, our pension contributions, all our AP disbursements, what we expect to disperse for federal funds.
So weekly. What is your
weekly
average?
It varies.
I know it varies. But what's your average? You have to have an average.
I do.
What is it?
The thing is, it just changes so much that I feel like if I put something on the record here, that we're just held to that number.
No, so listen, right? So we have a month and we have averages. So from the finance perspective, you should have some idea as to, on average, what is your weekly or bi-weekly liability?
Right. So 20 million is average.
Overall.
20 million is average overall. So each one of our days, we say is 4 million. We need $4 million a day to run the government.
So if you got 20 million, if you have 20 million
in payroll,
your biweekly payroll, you're saying that, how are you meeting your payroll?
Because it's rolling, so our cash receipts and our disbursements are rolling. So internally for me, every Monday we look at what our revenues are, where our cash position is right at that moment, and we look to see what's coming in that week. We know for payroll, we know then whatever we have, we take out the 20 million. When we have to pay health insurance, that is a priority. When we have allotments to go out, specifically to, say, hospitals, those are a priority. And then everything else falls in line.
So you try and confuse me.
No.
Not
sorry.
intentionally.
No.
So then you have more than, so then your bi-weekly, your weekly expense is more than 20 million. It have to be.
Well, so you asked me for the average.
Right. So the average have to be a little more than 20 million, no, because you said that your bi-weekly is 20 million for payroll alone.
Right. Yeah. So it's still 20 million. So that is what's going to be average.
10 million on average payroll weekly, and then another 10 million for all your other obligations.
Minimum. But that is an average.
And this is, the average.
Right, that's the average. And then, yeah.
So if I were to calculate the times the overall.
Calculate $4 million a day.
Okay, that's now we're talking. So $4 million daily. All right, I'll come back to it. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. My question will go to the Office of Collective Bargaining. I see on page 13 where you briefly mention about the VA Department of Agriculture and the current term of agreement, but most recently in a committee hearing in the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, the question was raised to Commissioner Nelson regarding the negotiations for heavy equipment operators. Can you just give us a more in-depth explanation of those negotiations for the heavy equipment operators?
Good morning, Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator. I'm not clear on your question. Can you?
Are there current negotiations for heavy equipment operators at the Department of Agriculture?
No, they're not.
How much days in it? How much?
Thank you for placing that on the record. So I guess there's some misunderstanding because the Commissioner said right on this floor that they are currently going through negotiations for heavy equipment operators. All right, but on to the next question. And the same is to OCR. During the Governor's State of the Territory, it was made mention that he will raise the starting pay for teachers, currently just about $40,000 to $50,000 annually. Have you had those conversations with the administration thus far?
Have I had the discussions with whom?
Have you had any conversations with the administration regarding the increasing of the starting pay for teachers, currently about $40,000 to $50,000 annually?
I'm aware that that is the governor's request, sir.
The answer is
yes.
No, you don't have any conversations. All right.
Yes,
I just want to make sure that. Go ahead.
The answer is yes. I'm aware of the I'm aware of the request to increase the minimum salary to 50,000.
So the conversations haven't been started as yet, is what I'm basically asking you.
Conversations with the union, you mean?
Yeah, the union.
Senator,
regarding
the contract expires in end of August. No, I have not begun those discussions as yet.
That's the question. I'm just keeping track of all the promises and just want to make sure that we do execute. And with the Department of Agriculture, I guess I will get back to that at a later time. So on page 19 of, is it page 19? Hold on, I think it's page 13. Yes, page 13, where it says VI Department of Agriculture current term of agreement, October 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2024. Just for my colleagues and I, can you just explain what the terms of the agreement and like when it ends, what you will be renegotiating?
We would negotiate terms, salaries, whatever the parties mutually agree to.
And knowing their, okay, you know, I'll leave it as that. I get back to that at a later time when I speak to Commissioner Nelson. And it says the governor may mention that the VI Department of Education will utilize $138 million in the American Rescue Plan to reform, rebuild, and rebrand public education. So my question will be to the Department of Finance, since ODR is not here. Not ODR, OMB is not here, my bad. OMB is not here. As part of the conversations surrounding the utilization of that funding, how are those conversations going? Finance, Department of Finance.
Right. Thank you, Senator. When we discuss the full recovery,
30 seconds.
Most of education has to do with just the simple rebuilding of the schools themselves. So our conversations that you're asking for specifically, they are all ongoing. I'm not sure how else to respond to that.
No. Madam Chair, ODR would like to respond to that. Proceed.
So, Senator, the
Your
Department of Education
one second, one second, please.
Time.
The senator's time was not called, so she could have responded. Let's make sure I don't know if you're not hearing what's happening, but you could have asked the question, okay? The time is called now, but she can go ahead. Just want to make sure that you're hearing. I want to make sure that we're hearing what's happening on this side. Okay?
Okay. Senator, the Department of Education is currently revising their plan for expending those ARPA funds. They're going to request it to the U.S. Department of Education on that.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, if you can just allow me to ask one more question since we had a misunderstanding with technology.
Sure. You may proceed, Senator.
To the Department of Finance, since OMB is not here, I know it was mentioned in the testimony that the last set of money to subsidize WAPA, I think, is June 2023, if I'm not mistaken. Do you have the amount that has been expended thus far since you have been subsidizing WAPA?
No, Senator. I will get that number to you. It's somewhere here in the... So in the testimony, we have obligated $97.5 million. If you see on page 19, we have the distribution there. And we set up a schedule. I know we're sending them $5.1 million for the next 4 months. That's only the $20 million. But I'll get a firm number to you. So I'm sure of the $20.4 million that's going out in the next 4 months, we're at $77.1 million that has been sent to them so far, to WAPA.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the leniency. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So the intent, just to follow up on the Senator's question, based on your testimony on page 19, says that the revenue replacement projects and associated amounts for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority is $97.5 million.
Right.
And you've paid out
77.1.
77.1. The question that we have, since there hasn't been any earnest discussion with this institution around, what's really happening at the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority and how does this impact our way forward as far as our revenues/obligations are concerned, is, and none of you here could answer the question, I'm certain, at some point there must be a discussion with this institution around what the government is truly doing with WAPA. I know that there's been asked to have discussions. There was a conversation that was had sometime in December, but we are at the point where there must be a putting of the minds and heads together as to how we're going to approach WAPA. We see a lot of energy and we're reading a lot of things in the news, but at the end of the day, I'm going to read the statement that was placed on the record today. There is no additional commitment to WAPA from the ARPA funds. And colleagues, listen, any additional needs of WAPA will have to be presented by WAPA to this body for approval and appropriations. Objection. I agree with you, Senator DeGraff, because we need to be at the table, because at the end of the day, the expectation is this body, us here in this institution, we will now be responsible at the back end when this money run out. All the subsidizing that's happening runs out. We don't know what's going on. And I don't think that we should have to beg for a seat at the table. I think the time is now for us to have the conversation. So I'm certain that the powers that be are listening to the conversation, as well as you are, the financial team. But we can't keep making decisions and plans in the dark and then making references like this in our correspondence or in our testimony, because colleagues, what's going to happen? They're going to say that they told us. So I don't know if there's a response. They don't necessarily have to be one. I just want to make sure I put on the record that we need to have a seat at the table with regards to what's happening with WAPA, what the true plans are, how are we going to get out of this situation? And let me just be clear, all of us, to include senators, we also need to be having the discussion as to how we are going to get out of this situation. It's not going to happen with one person having one conversation or two people having conversations. This is a collective issue that requires collective heads, us putting our collective heads together to address this. You want to respond?
No, just to say that I agree, and yes. I know that we are intending to approach this body to have further conversations around the whole WAPA issue that can be done today.
So don't wait till the 797, the $20 million done to come to the steps of the legislature. It's wrong. It's unfair. That conversation needs to be happening from last year. This is not a new issue. So we intend to, we plan to, all that good stuff. Just know that, and I will have that conversation with my colleagues, that, we do have a subcommittee on this, and what will happen is we also need to be prepared if we are going to be asked to make any subsidies, that the budget gotta get cut. There must be some reduction across the board. So we have to start thinking about all of this. We know that we have the challenge. We didn't touch it yet with the 1050. We heard it today that we have a $20 million, it's about 20 million shortfall that will be going to the government employees retirement system. So we got some work to do. But in order for us to get it done, we must communicate with each other and collaborate. This requires collective effort.
Agreed.
I don't know what other way we could go about fixing it, frankly. Senator Fonseca had a point of inquiry, Senator, and I apologize, you texted it to me. Just say it on the mic, point of inquiry. You could proceed with your point of inquiry, and then we'll move forward with your 5 minutes. So start with your point of inquiry. You may proceed.
Yes. Pleasant good afternoon. Okay, I refer you to page 17 of your testimony. Last paragraph, you said that the territory anticipates more than $12 billion in recovery funding. You go on to say that $2.9 billion has been expended. So if you do the math, that means $9 billion has not been expended. So there's 76% has been unexpended. My question is, are we in danger of any of that $9.1 billion being recaptured?
Thank you for the question. Not to my knowledge, sir. They are in different programs. So this is just a collective number. So this isn't just one agency, one specific project. I think Director Actalin Williams can help with this because most of those funds are specific for the recovery, for disaster recovery, but not to my knowledge.
Okay, yes, because the math is clear. It's $12 billion you got since 2017 for hurricane funding. You're saying $2.9 billion has been expended. If you've only expended 2.9 of the 12 billion, 2.9 minus 12 leaves 9.1 billion is unexpended. My question was, is any of that that's unexpended in danger of recapture? You said no. Good. So I'd like to continue.
Senator, also, if you read it specifically says we anticipate more than 12 billion, not that we have received $12 billion in hand. We anticipate, those are our costs, and we anticipate receiving those funds to cover recovery costs.
Okay, so none of the money is right now in danger of being recaptured. That was my question. Yes or no, please?
No, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you for the time, Madam President.
Okay, you're gonna go for your 5 minutes, but just to clarify this, right? So 7.4 has been allocated, right?
Right.
And you have obligated 5.9. That's what it is, right?
That's correct.
And then you've expended, so you have obligations. So
Right.
those are projects that will come online, ongoing, whatever. So those are obligated, or that's obligated meaning that so you allocated that, then there's the obligation of 5.9, and you've expended an actual work, 2.9 billion. So I think it's said here, but just to make sure we put it on the record, let's just ask Director Williams Actalin for fiscal year 2023. I think you said it before, but I want you to say it again in the context of this discussion. How much will be expended, projected to be expended in FY 2023?
So in 2023, we expect that we will have over $1.6 billion in expenditures in fiscal year 2023. And you're absolutely correct. We anticipate receiving $12 billion, but we don't have that yet. Of that amount, 7.4 is designated for receipt, and we've received 5.9 billion which we term as obligated, meaning we have access to that money. And as of that money, 2.9 have been expended.
Okay, so then the question then is, what is the impetus for the 12 billion? Are you anticipating receiving, what are you anticipating receiving in recovery funding for FY 2023 of that 12 billion? You already received 7.4, so are there an anticipation, are there any amounts anticipated in this fiscal year?
Yes, we anticipate that we can get our average of about another $1 billion this year, as long as all of our negotiations go as intended with FEMA.
So can you share what that $1 billion will possibly represent?
Sure. We have a number of replacements for schools that have already been agreed upon. We expect that the costing will be done for those schools this year. As well as additional utility coordination for roads that is a significant amount, and the wastewater line replacement costing for decisions that were made relative to replacement of the lines for the St. Thomas, St. John district.
Perfect. So now it's clear. And again, I guess that's why we have these discussions, because the testimony can't provide everything. So now it's a lot clearer as to what this all means. So, Senator, we clear on that?
Yes. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for assisting with clarifying that. Okay. You know, I have been a senator for all of 43 days. And you know, the first day I was sworn in, I came right here, I was sitting in this chair. You know, the state of the territory was postponed. We had a hearing a couple weeks later. The VIPD department did not show up. You know, we've already had 7 murders for the territory. If you protract that, that's about 49 for the year. You know, this hearing was already postponed. Today you have the OMB director is still not here, and it's obvious the people that are testifying don't have all the answers. As you can hear, when my distinguished senator from NADA asked about the hotel occupancy percentage, and Madam Chair question about WAPA, and the president was asking about the settlement fund. You know, we are reminded by Dr. Martin Luther King that when we begin to become silent about things that matter, that's when our life ends. You know, the legislature is an equal branch of government. We must give advice and consent to all these issues. You know, when I look on page 1, page 2 of your report, you know, the OMB director, who is not here today, by the way, I called her twice this week. She didn't respond. I guess she was busy. But she is saying we are here to provide testimony on various aspects of the territory's financial condition. I guess she's going to call me various times, or she's going to come here various times. But you are not here to provide testimony on various aspects. We must give advice and consent. You are here to provide testimony on all aspects of the government. You know, I have a question here on page 5, okay? And it's following up with our esteemed senator from NADA, right? You are telling me on page 5 the hotel occupancy rate is 62% in fiscal year 2022. On page 6, you are saying that according to the USVI Bureau of Internal Revenue data, the USVI hotel revenue was the highest for any year on record. You telling me at 62% hotel occupancy for last year, we've had the highest room revenue, and Canil Bay is off island, Sugar Bay is off island, Marriott Frenchman's Reef is all island. Offline, I'm sorry. You are telling me at 62% we have had the highest hotel room rates ever? I find that difficult to believe, being that the Virgin Islands has been a place that hotel visitors have come here often. So anyway, Since that is the case, I've did the math here, and at 62%, that's 45,664,095. So if we project our hotel revenue at 90% occupancy, that would be 66,286,000. So that's an additional $21 million. Can you tell me what you are doing to raise the hotel occupancy rate?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We should expect, the hotels themselves are in recovery also. We expect for Frenchman's Reef to come online very shortly. They had anticipated, I think, a soft opening in the first quarter. I haven't received an update. But one of the things that Director Lee explained before is just the simple equation of supply and demand that.
Well, thank you very much. Please don't go into supply and demand. Please answer the question directly. We don't want an economic dissertation here.
Well, no, sir. The reason why the revenue was up is because the cost per room night was higher than it normally is because we had limited availability.
30 seconds.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. See, that's why I get back to this here where you're telling us you're here to provide testimony and various aspects. This 35th legislature is a group of real intelligent senators, and we need to get to the bottom of these issues. Real quickly, on page 5 of your report, you're talking about the visitors. You have 831,311.
Time.
Madam Chair, can I? Yes. And you had 851,766 cruise passengers. Do you have the numbers of what is the average dollar spent for the air passengers, and also what is the average dollar spent for the cruise passengers? How much of the cruise goes to WICO? How much goes to Port Authority? Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
My apologies, Senator, for not having that information, but I can certainly submit it to you after this hearing.
See, I give you guys a F. The presenter is not here to present the information, and the people presenting don't have the information. I give you a F.
Respectfully, Senator, the chairman requested information on specific topics, and we gathered that information and sent it. Any extra information can provide to you.
Let me just jump in on this quickly. Where is the director of the Bureau of Economic Research? Is she on the line with us today? And the reason why I asked the question, and I neglected to ask it earlier, so it came up, is because the opening of the testimony provided lots of information that's provided from the Bureau of Economic Research. That's why the impetus for his question. So one would think that, well, we may not say all who should be here based on the information that's provided. The expectation is that former Senator Degazan would be here today, so she's not here. Was she supposed to be here?
I do not know, Senator.
Yeah, so I thought that she was going to be here, frankly. I guess nobody can answer that question. But that's the issue. So
yeah, it else says on page 1 that Alison Degazan will be here.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's, and again, this is why we always have challenges, because we can't get our questions answered. If you're going to open with all of this economic information that I'm certain was provided by her office, then at minimum the director should be here. Okay?
Right. So Director Lee just informed me that she was out for health issues also.
Okay, so here you have it, Fonseca. Okay, again, we want to make sure that we have meaningful meetings and we're able to vet these things out properly. So if somebody can't make it or they're not here, we just need to say it. Just put it out there so we can know, then we won't have these types of questions. Senator Gittins, non-committee member. Again, thank you for being here. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. First of all, let me just say condolences to the Niles family on the passing of Miss Linnell Niles, who served in various senior management positions here in the Virgin Islands government. She passed away at the young age of 54 earlier this month. I just want to say condolences to the family, as I'm unable to be physically there as well. So getting back to our discussion, and I'll start with the end of the testimony and go forward. Premium pay. So I've written to the OMB director on or about February 10th, inquiring about the premium pay and how they intend to address those remaining. She did respond to my call. However, I'm awaiting a response back in writing so that we could make the public aware as to what's taking place and what's next. So she's unable to be here. She's ill. I wish her well. So I will not beat a dead horse here today. But I do expect that the office will have some sort of portal that will be able to tell employees whether or not their names were on the list to be paid, and not having them pushed off each time they try to make an inquiry, and they're being told that they're unable to speak with the individual, but rather have to speak with the HR person. So I've already asked that agency heads have a listing of employees of the names who were submitted for this payment so that they could stop having these individuals all over the place. Hopefully we get that together. I wanted to ask the financial team also about some unpaid contracts and contracts that we desperately need here in the territory. Who can answer to the unpaid contracts for PAFR that's providing needed medical services here to us, and for the Head Start program? Anyone on the financial team?
Senator,
good morning, Senator. Yeah. Those agency heads would have to be the ones. Director Octolin, were you making a comment?
Yes, I was. I was attempting to share that the PAFR payments are delayed because of a contract that needs to be finalized, and also to be able to draw funds for reimbursement from FEMA. But those payments are constantly being made. There's a portion of the funds that have to be addressed that has delayed, but there's consistent payments that are being made from the FEMA funded for the PAFR contract. Once the new contract is executed, that's other piece that's missing will be able to be paid and being able to bring them up to date.
And thank you for that response. And for the rest of the agencies as well, I'm hopeful that when we know that these contracts are coming to an end, that we start the renegotiation process way before and not wait until after the contract has ended to then start contract renegotiation.
1 minute.
So thank you for that response. Now, the Office of Collective Bargaining, on page 13, there was a discussion of the excuse me, the timeline for getting back to the table with some of these unions. Do you have an update on this?
This is the most recent as of January, Senator.
Have you been to the table with the VA Fire Service and Emergency Medical Service?
30 seconds.
We have started negotiations, Senator. Yes.
You have started?
Yes,
What's the status? And when did this start?
it started in October.
So we have about $20.4 million remaining. Time has come. Can I
You may proceed, Senator.
conclude? Yes. Regarding WAPA, so 97.5 million approved, 77.1 million spent. How is this 20.4 million going to be spent over the next 4 months? What are these funds specifically to be used for? Anyone knows?
Good day, Senator. This is Director of Bureau of Internal Revenue, Joe Lee. It's been going to supplement the fuel costs.
So the entire 20.4 million, that's what it's going for?
Yes.
The remaining?
To my knowledge. Yes.
Okay. I wouldn't abuse the time on going forward to this, but I'll be having a discussion with my colleagues with regards to funding the office of the Inspector General to continue the inquiry that we've been asking for. Lastly, I see here that there's about 328 resignation, 220 retirement. That's 548 separations total. And we're talking about only hiring new hires, 544 people. That means only 4 people was hired. We need to get on the ball, especially if we're talking about keeping GRS up and up. We can't continue to have the margin of retiree and active on the same level. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll await the second round.
Thank you, Senator.
May I respond?
Any response? Yes, you may proceed.
So just for clarification, there for FY 2022, there was 544 new hires, 284 promotions, 377 rehires for a total of 1,205. So that would be consistent with the filling of vacancies.
Senator, does that satisfy your question? Senator Gittins?
Want to? Not at all. That's a funny math right there, because I mean, we could go down with this, but I'm not talking about promotions. You're talking about new hires, and I'm saying that's why I gave the total number of separations, and then you talk about new hires. I didn't even go into the 377 rehires, and I heard you said to one of my colleagues earlier that the exit interviews are done at the agency level. But at some point, even the the Division of Personnel should know too why 377 were being rehired. But no, I don't like the math that was given there just now. 548 separation, 544 new hires. That's 4 people hired. Thank you.
You want to respond, Ms. Richardson?
I'm going to stick with my response, as we do have the coding in the ERP, so we have to take account of all of the actions. So if you have a promotion, it is the filling of a vacancy because it is a PRF that was done in order to fill that vacancy. In regards to the rehires, that's just because of coding and tracking. So it is the filling of a vacancy. The vacancy number will remain fluid as you do have your resignations and your retirements happening at the same time. In regards to the exit interview, it is something that I'm looking into standardizing, that is being done, one form, one format, one system to be used throughout the GVI.
Thank you. I want to go back to the earlier conversation the Senator was having about the allocation of the replacement, the WAPA projected revenue replacement amounts. So there's a chart on page 19 that speaks to $179 million. And when you compare it to page 18, it adds up to the number of the approved amount. But what's not clear for us is this is over what period?
Since we've received the funds.
So in total, the reimbursement to the general fund is, how much of that has been reimbursed to the GE, to the general fund? It's 20 million.
Just the 20 million listed here.
For what fiscal year?
That was done in this fiscal year.
2020.
3.
So we are already reimbursing in 2023. Are you sure? So in 2020, in 2022, we, because when we look at our numbers, and Ms. Posada, you could correct me. When we look at our numbers, we see that we had a $30 million shortfall. Of course, we know that all of the resources, all of the funds were not allotted. So none of the replacement dollars were allocated to the FY 2022 year?
No,
because when
weren't.
we align the revenues, no? So why are we in this early month giving 20 million?
Right. So my communication is faulty today, clearly. No. Where we expended ARPA funds, we reimbursed the general fund. So no, there has been no revenue replacement for GVI yet.
Okay. So the question then is, so where you have expended ARPA funds, you have reimbursed the general fund. So,
yes. Yes.
Okay, so then I'm going to go to the next senator, but let me just ask very quickly, because when we look at the amount that we have in our unaudited statement of revenues, just based on the information that you had on your website, the total revenues for FY 2022 were $1 billion. And our budgeted amount was, it was 1 billion, I think 1,038 million. Mm-hmm. And the budget was 1,053 million. So that seems like we have a 20-something million dollar shortfall. But of course, I'm certain that all of these funds were not allotted.
ARPA funds?
No, we're talking overall, the overall budget.
Okay.
Because remember we talked general fund. Remember we talking about the need to fill the gap.
Yes.
And you said that you didn't have to fill a gap.
I said that we did not fill the gap.
You did not fill the gap.
We have not as yet.
So it goes back to my earlier concern. How did we close fiscal year 2022? Did we close it in the red? Based on the information that we have in front of us, if all things are created equal, which we know they're not, then we have a 20-something million dollar shortfall.
Right. So we should have those financial statements shortly.
Okay, so shortly means what? In the next quarter, in the next week?
No, within the next month.
Okay, so we're going to look forward to, so I'm the chair, so I'm not going to say through the chair. We need to make sure that we get that information from the financial team within a month so we could, know exactly what the true fiscal health is as it relates to what our expenditures versus revenues were in FY 2022. So then that'll help us to know where we're going in 2023. Thank you. I think we're going to take a quick recess so we'll get a bathroom break. Let me just be clear, once we go through all of the senators that are here, we're going to take a quick lunch break. And then we're going to take a quick lunch break. and then we'll come back for the second round. The next senator that will be up after we take our 2-minute recess is Senator Samuel Carrion. So the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. We're back on the record. We're now going to Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, are you on the floor? You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues, central staff, and the people of Virgin Islands. And also good afternoon and welcome to the governor's financial team that are testifying this day.
Good afternoon.
I want to also take advantage and extend a warm welcome to the new post auditor, Mr. Vincent Samuel. I have a few questions. Some of my questions have already been asked and answered, so that's a good thing. But nevertheless, I still have a few things I want some clarity on. And let's begin by Director Lee. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good day, Senator.
Good. Hotel Tax Efficiency Act 8528 that I was able to sponsor. What is the status on that? Have you been able to make any strides, if any, with this regard?
Good day. We've actually tried to reach out to some of those other management companies, and we have gotten no response. Just so you know, what I'm thinking would be the next level of enforcement would possibly have to get some attorneys or DOJ involved to see if they can pursue someone out of our jurisdiction. But as far as my authority, I'm limited to this jurisdiction. So we reached out, but once again, we didn't get any responses, quite honest.
Have you assigned anyone within your bureau to do some search locally, and have you been able to identify any rental agencies? And I say it because, again, we see how in 2022 the numbers increase. We know we have other share rental properties on St. John, St. Thomas, and St. Croix that are not necessarily within Airbnb who we have an agreement with. So, I think we need to really continue pursuing this and ensure that we don't leave money on the table. And those numbers have increased, so we need to make sure that we tap into this revenue source.
Understood. So what I started doing was, at the end of the day, it's the homeowner who's responsible for the tax at the end of the day. As you just said, we have a voluntary agreement with the Airbnb folks. And it's simply having man hours that, unfortunately, at this time we don't have, simply because it's more of a fishing expedition to see if people are actually renting, and if they are, where's the money being paid at, versus some more businesses that are in place that we can visually see and touch and go after.
I hear you. So look forward to hearing some progress in this area. Moving right along with regards to the forecast, we don't have anyone from the Bureau of Economic Research. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, I'll just skip that. I wanted to make a request. I see the numbers in general for air arrivals, but I would like, being a district senator from St. Croix, if possible, to get a breakdown per district. For
1
example,
minute.
the air arrivals continue to rebound on tourism, but if there's anyone that could share what the numbers for the District of St. Croix are.
No one on this team, Senator, would have that information right this second. We would have to reach out to the Bureau of Economic Research for a more deeper dive to get you what you're asking for.
Can I make
30
a request
seconds.
to the chair those numbers be submitted per district? Also, with regards to the employment numbers on page 10, Commissioner or Director Richards, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
My question was in regards
Time.
to,
You may proceed, Senator.
if I may just conclude, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
You said that division personnel processed over 5,903 notice of personal actions, but only 1,205 were completed. Can you please provide a bit more of a detail as to what happened to the other 4,698?
Sure. Thank you, Senator, for that question. And good point. Due to the coding as expressed prior, I can tell you, for example, we had at least 2,208 salary changes. So those were classified by action. Also miscellaneous, there's another 1,267 actions there as well. And they're broken down, and I have a list of all of those if you'd like, of that would make up that 5,902. It includes everything from military leave without pay, leave without pay, change in titles, deceased, all of that is that we would do the various NOPA actions for.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would reserve my other questions for our second round. Thank you.
Thank you. In an effort to move this first round along, I'm going to Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Point of
Oh,
inquiry.
there's a point of inquiry from Senator Gittins. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of inquiry. And then Senator Johnson, you may proceed with your 5 minutes. Senator Gittins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At least two of my colleagues had asked about the hotel occupancy tax, and I wanted to ask through the chair if we could have a separation of that tax from the hotels versus the Airbnb so that we could have a true account of the hotel tax separately.
I would venture to say that that's almost, I don't know that the system allows that, but I would allow the IRB director to respond as to whether or not that's something that they can truly provide.
Good day, Senator. I'm always about preserving privacy. So let me check with legal, and if it's possible, because what you're asking is to now separate and identify people indirectly, how much they're paying. So I totally understand why you want that information, and I'm more than willing to give it if I can.
Oh, well, that's not what I received.
Just for clarity, I didn't ask for individual. I asked for a separation between hotels and Airbnb.
Yeah,
but Airbnb is the filer.
Okay, so what the senator is asking is can you provide a report for the hotel occupancy tax and the Airbnb amounts that we've received? It's two different
Two buckets of
two
funds.
buckets. So,
Understood. So
and then you have a total.
Hotel and non-hotel.
Correct.
That might be
Hotel
the
and non-hotel.
easier thing. Okay.
Yes.
That I can do.
You can do that.
That's easier to say.
Okay, yes. So I think you received it right. I think you were asking him for, you thought he was asking for a listing of each payer or each person that's taxed, or each entity that's taxed, if you will. No.
Hotel and non-hotel.
So we're clear on that?
Yes.
All right, got it. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Thank
you're
you.
recognized for your 5 minutes. We're not hearing the senator.
Madam Chair, he's not on this end. We thought he was there.
Oh, I was told that he was in the room. It's on the list. He's on the listing. I'm sorry. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present.
Afternoon.
Let me go straight into the seniors, where you have 1,575 seniors have been, you can't get in contact with them because of bad checks. How do you know they're seniors? Do you know these persons are individuals, collect Social Security or something?
No, these are just this for the Social Security recipients, right? So they don't have to be seniors; they just have to be Social Security recipients.
So how do they collect Social Security?
Yes.
Right. So isn't it easier to get to them through Social Security than having to put out back into the media who are to come forward and all of this? Said more inconvenience
To the federal government?
No. We have money we're trying to get to them.
Right.
1,575,000 were returned bad checks or came back. 32 checks came back. 1575 we can't get in contact with. These are people who collect Social Security. Can we get their information through the federal government and send the checks out through them?
Good day, Senator.
Yes.
I'll chime in to assist. The reality is 99.9, if not 100% of Social Security recipients receive direct deposits into their account. We are mail-in check-based. So as long as those recipients get their money in their accounts, they're fine. They could move, they could be asked for addresses and submit incomplete. It doesn't matter. They get a direct deposit. And generally, they don't file anyway. So we have no idea except for, I guess, a bank account information.
Right, well, I mean, can't you contact the federal government to make the transition through them, to get that information out to them? Because I think the way we're going back to it, we're going to cause another fiasco over trying to get in
They've been very
contact
sensitive
with
about
1,500.
disclosing that information. So we got what we got, and we're fortunate that we got it. But they're
because
not.
Again, 1,575 is a lot of people to say we're going to wait to get in contact with, for that purpose. But, okay, so again, we got to follow up on that. Now, for collective bargaining agreements, I think you had 17 negotiated agreements, 6 unions. I know we had some, so with those unions, we had teachers, we had VI firms. Who are the 6 unions that you negotiated with?
Yes, AFT, EAA, USW.
Okay.
What is it? AFT, EAA, USW, SIU, Overloop, and
I think that's 5. It sounds like 5.
WTJ.
Okay, and fire was one for the new fire EMS. Did they negotiate?
We began negotiations, Senator.
Okay, so for all of those unions that you just mentioned and negotiated, some have dual, meaning I know with fire EMS have the fire EMS portion, are the civilian employees, just like again with the Attorney General's office, the AGs were negotiated, and then are the support staff for each of those entities also, have they been negotiated so they could be closed out?
For fire, there's a support staff bargaining unit. That has started. We have shared that information with the union. However, we haven't gotten a response. For the fight, they have 2 bargaining units, the support staff and the firefighters and corporals. They're 2 separate bargaining units.
1 minute.
Okay, because again, unions is my thing. I want to make sure we address everybody under these support staff and the primaries.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. In terms of AFF, we are awaiting a response from the union on the support staff.
Okay.
For AAG's office, we've negotiated the attorneys. We have not yet started for the support staff. However, we've discussed the support staff with the union.
30 seconds.
That's OVLU, Avo Virgin Islands Labor Union.
Okay, thank you. So I got to reach out to them unions. So, let's lock down everybody, get them out of the way, because that's what I'm going to be asking. Anyhow, going forward, Commissioner, when you mentioned we have 8 days of cash on hand, what's a dollar figure for 8 days of cash?
Thank you for the question.
Sure.
$4 million a day.
Okay, so 4 8 32?
Right.
$32 million that we have on hand.
Right. So it just means that we can pay our normal and customary bills for the next 8 days, if all else fails. But what is happening, of course, is that we have rolling receipts of revenues, and then we have additional expenditures that are entered into the ERP that we pay. So whenever we give that report is as of that time, and then it's continuously rolling.
Okay, my time was called, so again, I ain't gonna abuse it. But okay, well, Madam Chair, you're good.
You can wrap up, Senator. You can wrap up, Senator.
Okay, and finally, page 19. You know, I was listening to this testimony. I was reading along, and when I got to page 19, like when Madam Chair mentioned it, and I said objection, it really ticked me off because I'm saying now, $97.5 million dealing with VI WAPA. Fine, it is helping the people. The legislature don't know nothing about it. We see in a piece of paper, $70-something million was spent ARPA money, additional 20 left. And then at the end, it's like a kick in your face. Well, only this as far as we gonna go. No, you, this body, gotta find the money. Disrespectful. I mean, you know, so again, it ain't the throw at you guys here. Like I tell you in the beginning, we good, but you know, it's for us to work collaboratively together. And I think it's for, like I always say, it's for me as a senator to make every one of you here shine for you to help the people of Vernon. That's all it's about. But I think those kind of statements will come out here, snuck in, disrespect to this branch of government. I ain't gonna tolerate it. So again, thank you for the time, Madam Chair. We'll go. 5 minutes is a rush, so I apologize for rushing like that. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. That's why I gave you the extra time, and we're coming back. Okay, Senator Diane Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to say good afternoon to my colleagues. I know I'm not in the Finance Committee, but I say it is a great opportunity to be here to hear the testimonies from the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance. So my question begins with page 17. The recovery continues to manage the effects of rising inflation, the impact of supply chain issues, local match shortfalls, deficiencies in building capacity, and increasing construction costs. What is the plan to mitigate these effects and manage the effects passed on to our residents? Would that be you?
Director Williams. Yes.
Okay.
And thank you for that question. These are challenges that we've cited that is actually national. Where the supply chain issues, we are looking at ways that we can identify resources across the board. We had a discussion with all of the stakeholders on costs. How do we bring the costs down? How do we make sure we leverage resources across projects? Additionally, in the regards to the match, the governor has identified that this is significant for us. Reaching out to the White House as well as the delegate to Congress on strategies to address the match needs here in the territory.
Thank you. Page 19, approximately 32% of the dollars we receive have been allocated to the revenue replacement category. So the chart below that you provided in the testimony, wanted to ask about WAPA received almost $98 million in revenue, replacement funds, and and 32.2 million from DPW, and 17.3 million for waste management. How can you provide an account of what these agencies use the funds to do? And if you're unable to do so, can you please provide, through the chair, an accounting of what the people received in return and what the money was used for?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We will send over the information through the request to the chair.
Thank you. So last week, this body, we met with GERS. And will GERS system ever be in the position to offer additional retirement or portfolio options to the employees? Because we talked about, how retirement now, to me, I like to call it a Band-Aid. And we need to think about other options. So has the government team start thinking about additional retirement options, IRA, Roth IRAs? Have you guys talked about this?
Respectfully, Senator, I think that would be a question for GERS. I'm not sure if we want to venture over into their lane. But now that you have asked this, then we'll bring it up to our team to see if it's something that we would like to consider.
I think it's an important decision to make, discussion to have with your colleagues, even with GRS, because,
1 minute.
We don't have the perfect solution, but I think that it's an option that we should start looking into. And my last question is, excuse me, the goal is to establish the GBI as a competitive place to work that consists of a plan that fosters happy employees with healthy work-life balance. Are there any new ventures on the horizon
30 seconds.
that the government employees can look forward to? Excuse me. That should be a personnel question.
Thank you for that, Senator. As far as incentives, it would be really up to the individual agencies. For example, I know VIPD just started that $10,000 signing on bonus. And then from a wellness perspective, that would also be for participation in our programs under GVI Wellness, and also internally from the agencies doing their own initiatives as well. For example, at the Division of Personnel, my staff is assigned a wellness day, in which they're choosing on a Friday. It's scheduled, and they have to take that day, and it's a complete wellness day where they detach from the phone, emails, and they just do a report out as to what they did for that day. And that's how I promote wellness within my agency.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. I just want to flesh out a little more around the concern or the question that the Senator Capehart asked with regards to GRS. So the government of the Virgin Islands is a plan sponsor. And we have the challenge with the rum cover over deficiency. So the conversation is a conversation that is ripe to be had, because we made a lot of assumptions in the testimony about what can possibly happen. And when we met with the Government Employees Retirement System last week, they are making assumptions as well. And when we asked them specifically what conversations they're having with the executive branch as it relates to this potential shortfall, we know what it looks like right now as far as the Republicans in charge of the House. So we need to be in touch with reality. There's a lot of things that can occur. And none of us have the crystal ball, but the conversations need to be had. We need to have what a plan A is, what a plan B, and a possible plan C. But we cannot say that that is something for GRS to figure out. That is for the plan sponsor to figure out. So those conversations need to be had. I'm seeing that Mr. Simmons is up on the screen, and that's why he's here today, because we need to truly discuss, and I think we're going to put a pin in it. We're going to allow Senator Joseph to go. We're going to put a pin in it. When we come back after lunch, we're going to open with that discussion around the shortfall of the rum cover over. The senator asked a very good question, and we need to hear from Director Simmons or Commissioner Bruce as it relates to what that $20 million or more, how are we looking to fill that gap and fill that delta? Because in the discussion, they're asking us, on top of what they were receiving, the full complement of what the government intended to provide to GERS, they asked us last year for an additional 3% increase from the employer side. So we need to understand what all of this means. That's one of the reasons why we're here today. So I'm going to go to the next senator, but for sure, we're going to put a pin in that, and we're going to come back to that discussion later on this afternoon. So Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I want to really go, and before I do that, I really want to thank the members of the governor's fiscal team who are here present with us today, and knowing that this is a very critical meeting. It is the opening meeting for the 35th legislature, and I was hoping that we don't have the same all of the same, wherein we have persons who are not in attendance and they have not sent a representative from the agency, and still we continue to receive the documentations late. I am an educator somewhat. Well, an educator, I should still keep that label because I help prepare young people who are at risk. But when you're given a deadline, you should meet the deadline. It sends a level of professionalism, especially at your level. So sending us these testimony at the 8th or 10th hour is really not a good show. And I'm hoping as we move along with this legislative body that we will receive the documentations more timely so we could have a really robust conversation. Now, let me go straight to one of my questions, and it is on page 9. Under revenues and expenditure. It is noted that you mentioned compared to the previous year, we have $293 million as of February 10th in revenues compared to $248 million at the same time for fiscal year 2022. Now, that looks like an increase of $45 million based on my quick math. Tell us, were any of the, what is included in that? Because a previous senator asked you about the Epstein settlement. Was that amount included in this $293 million in revenues?
Senator, I'd have to check to see when that 42 million came in to see if it was included here. I'd have to check to see if that number specifically was included.
Yes, because I want to make sure what we're looking at as far as the revenue. What about another settlement that came in, the Takata? I think that's what it is.
Right, but those aren't revenues.
Okay, but what would you count them as? Where do you have those settlement agreements reflected in your financials?
They would be under settlements.
So you don't have...
They would be under restricted funds.
Okay, so again, that would help us in looking at the overall fiscal viability, the overall fiscal projection of the budget, because these are monies that are coming in to the coffers of the Virgin Islands government. And so we should have an understanding of where that money is, how much of that money came in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, let me go forward and ask another question that I had relative to, and I'm hoping that you can
1 minute.
talk about it. It's on page 19. You spent some time indicating how much monies have been spent to WAPA based on the allotments here for the departments. However, I didn't see any amount that have been expended to these other departments, such as Human Services, Public Works,
30 seconds.
Those areas. Do you have any information on the expenditures for each department?
Yes.
And the purpose?
Yes. So
is it? I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Bruce.
Well, so no, these aren't allotment disbursements. These are ARPA disbursements. We get reports from the agencies monthly, so we gave you the totals here. And per the previous request from Senator Capehart, we're going to provide the details of those expenditures.
Okay, of these expenditures. And Madam Chair, if I could just add to what Senator Capehart indicated, the purpose of each expenditure. I don't have any more questions. I do, but I won't abuse my time. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may add, we could also submit, there was a short circular of FAQs specific to what ARPA funds can be spent on, and so we have to stay within those parameters. So we'll send you the information and along with the circular.
So, if you look on page, Senator, if you look on page 18, right? The revenue replacement, I think this chart on page 19 is titled revenue replacement only, correct? And if you look at the revenue replacement, it says that the approved amount is 179,415,000, and it comes back to that amount that's in this chart. And to date, the government have spent 127.8 million in revenue replacement, leaving 1.3 million. Am I correct? Page 18, 1.3 million to expend on revenue replacement based on this chart. So we already have the information, but I think what's missing is it's not broken down by department. And it's broken down by department, but we don't see how much has been expended. I don't think I saw that. How much has been expended to date and what's left? And the other question is, what is the period of expenditures? So this is very broad as it relates to the total amount. This fund must be obligated by December 31st of 2024, based on the information that's in front of us, and expended by December 31st, 2026. So there's an obligation period, so you have a year, and this is not all of the money, correct? This is grand total of only, right? Help me out here.
Right.
That's what you says, but only 547 million has been budgeted thus far. Of how much?
This is the specific ARPA funds only.
So this is
the total ARPA.
547 million point two.
Yes.
ARPA.
Yes.
And approved thus far is 371 million. So that means there is another 230 million
To be approved.
to be approved.
Yeah.
So what does that mean?
Obligated, so.
To be approved by whom?
By the committee.
So, and it's based on the public health and economic response, the premium pay, invest in water and sewer and broadband infrastructure, and administrative costs. So I think I'm a little befuddled that we have we have a year. Well, we have almost, it's what, 18, 19, or 20 months. Let's say 20 months to obligate another 229 million, correct? About?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, the executive branch, right?
Right.
Based on the information, page 18, if you follow me.
Right.
So we have another 229 million to spend, and it needs within an 20-month window.
Right.
So you have no idea as to what this additional $30 million will be obligated for.
They will, well, there are other projects under review that we just gave you what has been actually approved.
So this has been the challenge with this institution, and then I'm going to go to lunch. This has been the challenge with this institution with regards to these federal funds coming into the territory. It has been the challenge not only within the U.S. Virgin Islands, it has also been the challenge among states as it relates to how their governors are managing the ARPA funding. This body, we had a piece of legislation in the 34th legislature to require that the executive branch comes before the legislative branch to at minimum lay out what the plan is. It caused a whole lot of uncomfortable vibes. But at minimum, we should know by now what is the total projected spend for what of the ARPA dollars. That is not an unusual request that any state legislature should ask of its governor or its executive branch. So we need that information in order for us to understand from an economic perspective what the true economic picture is in the Virgin Islands, where we're going. It's a reasonable request, and we cannot continue to have these meetings and hear that we working on it with a committee. If there is, I know that there was a conversation with the governor at some point around what the legislature wanted to see. There was never a follow-up on that. So we need to have an earnest discussion around how these dollars are being spent. It's not a ask that's outside of our authorization. We need to know. So I'm making sure that I put it on the record that, we just need the information. So this is not sufficient. We are operating in the dark, and it's not only us, but it's also our constituents. Our citizenry need to know what's coming. And nothing is wrong with us making changes. That's possible. But we need, what is the plan? And I'm going to get off my soapbox. I don't know if Director Octalyn Williams have a response, but we got to take a break. Director Williams, Octalyn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, all of the funding has been assigned to categories, all of the eligible categories. We just recently completed a funding matrix for the infrastructure projects in particular to ensure that we are utilizing the ARPA dollars where we need to utilize them, where there are no other federal funds. So there is a plan for the funding. The applications are in, those final applications are in various stages to be able to close out the remaining funds. But that information can and will be provided.
Okay, and that's why we asked for the meeting today, so the information would have been provided and we don't have to ask for it. Just transparency is, it's just okay to be transparent with the information so we don't have to have these types of discourse. So we're going to take a, what is a half an hour from now? 2:30? 2:40, we're going to come back and we're going to start with the conversation around the 2023 budget appropriations, what we're seeing as it relates to the projections, and also the conversation around the rum cover over dollars and how it's impacting the GRS, and I'm certain there's more. So we're going to take a 40-minute recess. So we should be back here by 2:40. The committee stands in recess until 2:40. The committee is back on the record, and we close this afternoon. I'm not certain if Mr. Simmons is back on. Yes, he is. All right, so we close with putting a pin in the discussions around the impact of the rum cover over shortfall on the government employees retirement system. We know that in fiscal year 2023, we did not include, and if we did, it was very minimal, any of the rum cover over projections in our budget in order to ensure that we are able to cover what we obligated to do as a result of, as it relates to GRS. So we need to have a further discussion around the shortfall and what are those conversations. I already indicated that the Government Employees Retirement System met with the legislature last week, and they are sharing, they are making a lot of assumptions. I'm not going to get into the details of it because, again, we need to definitely have that collaboration around this whole matter. But they are making assumptions that we will have a shortfall for the next 2 years, and that also impacts the solvency of the system. And of course, they are asking the legislature, and they did make that ask before, that we appropriate an additional, I think it's 3%, to cover the employer contribution. So we need to have a discussion around not the overall GERS, but the rum cover over shortfall. So Mr. Simmons, if you will share with us whether or not there have been discussions, where things are, and how do you see us possibly mitigating this situation that's before us? Because it was widely talked about in the 34th legislature, in the end of the 34th. You may proceed. You could put your name and title back on the record as we start the meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity. As my name is Nathan Simmons. I'm the Director of Finance and Administration for the Public Finance Authority. And as you are aware, we established last year the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation that refunded all of the outstanding matching fund bonds. And we used the savings and the cash flow from that restructuring to create a note to the GRS whereby we would pay approximately $4 billion over the next 30 years. Now, the intent of that certainly was to cure the insolvency of the system. And as you know, the ability to do that is based on our continued receipt of the cover over revenues at the $13.25 rate. We received the 2023 cover over at the 1050 rate because the extender had not been enacted when it expired in December of 2021. So we received the cover over at the $10.50 rate. Now, let me just put on the record that we strongly believe that we're going to get the cover over extender during this calendar year. Now, albeit it might be closer to the end of the year, but one thing we have to keep in mind is that this is not just the Virgin Islands. First of all, it's the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, but it's not just us. The extenders are a bunch of tax extenders, about 30 different tax extenders affecting a multitude of different states. And so even Republican-controlled states have some form of tax extension coming up or have become due for entities in their states as well. So it's not just like we're in this battle alone. So it's a lot of moving parts to it, but we strongly believe that we're going to get the extenders passed during this calendar year. Now, I also need to say that the reduction in the rate has no impact on the outstanding bonds. I want to make that abundantly clear. At the 1325 rate, the coverage, the debt service coverage on the bonds was about 3 times what was needed to pay the debt service. At the 1050 rate, it drops slightly to about 2.5 times what is needed for the debt service coverage. So the bonds are fairly well secured, even at the lower rate. The shortfall that we experienced of about $64 million.
Before you proceed, let me just ask a quick question. Can you hear me? Before you proceed, let me ask a quick question. So the bonds were let at the 3.5 coverage, right? Oh boy.
At about 3 times coverage when we issued
3
the
times,
bonds.
yes. Sorry, three times coverage, and now you're saying that we are at 2.5.
With the reduction,
With a reduction.
With the 1050 rate, it drops to about 2.5 times coverage.
Okay,
so the bonds are fairly well secured.
Okay, but if you commit to 3, and now you're at 2.5, you're saying that there is no arbitrage concerns around the. I think you're frozen. Are you frozen?
No,
Yes,
I'm
but
hearing you.
Okay, you're looking. There are no concerns around. Our commitment.
There is no,
what we committed
there is
to.
no impact to the investors. The investors, when they purchased the bonds, they were aware, and it's stated in the reports that were provided, that the statutory rate is 1050. So there is always the chance, of course, that could go back to the statutory rate at any time.
Okay.
If Congress does not pass the extender. So they knew that, the possibility always existed that the rate could be at 1050. They wanted, and they are secured that, knowing that even at the 1050 rate, the debt service, they have 2 times coverage in the debt service, meaning that the amount of revenue that is going to be generated more than pays the debt service 2.5 times. So there is no concern there. The service won't be paid on the bond.
Okay.
So that's what that is.
Okay, so we're clear on that. Now you can proceed with the other part of your response.
So of course, as I was saying, the impact to the GRS. Last year, the shortfall to the GRS, and let's also put on record here that this overall shortfall that we experience in between the 1325 and the 1050 is really shared among the government and the rum company. So all of it doesn't impact to the government. There's a portion that impact what the rum companies would receive as well, because now their subsidies are calculated based on the 1050 rate and not at the 1325. So while the overall shortfall is $64 million, that entire $64 million isn't directly attributed to the government. So on the whole, last year we were short about $32 million to fund the GRS note. The GRS note is $158 million just about annually that is the residual amount from the cover over after the bonds are paid and after the rum companies get their share and all of that, after the expenses are paid. We were short about $32 million, I believe, to fund the GRS note. And that was made up from prior existing matching fund revenues
Yes.
that were available. This year, if we do not have the extender passed before September, we would expect that there would be around between $20 and $30 million shortfall in the amount of the note owed to GRS.
Okay.
Now, the way the note is structured with GRS, if there's any shortfall in the amount of revenues available to fund the note, then that is made up when the funds are available next. So there is no penalty or anything like that. It would be made up once the extenders are approved and the residual monies are turned over to the government retroactively to whenever the expiration was. Then the any amount of monies that have not been paid to GRS will be made up and paid when the funds become available. So as I indicated, we expect that's going to happen this year. So we expect that those funds will be made up. If it doesn't happen before September, when we get the next advance, we certainly would expect that it would happen before the end of the calendar year.
Okay, so I think we are a lot clearer. And our primary concern, I think we know that the commitments on the bonds is not the primary concern. The primary concern is how do we ensure that we are able to continue our commitment with the government employees retirement system. And based on their reporting, they are, they are making projections to the south for 2 years, saying that in the event that the additional resources is not realized, they are now, counting us out for that 2 years, right? And they're also asking for additional resources to come from this body to fill the gap. They have even gone as far as to ask that apparently back in the day, years ago, the GRS budget fell under the central government. It was funded via general fund. A portion of that now comes from, a portion of the funds that's paid in as annuities, etc., is paid for their operating costs. So they're having a dance with us around some $15 million that they're looking to have added to the central government's budget to remove this whole liability issue from the funds that they are receiving directly. Now, last year we were able to make up the difference because we had obligations. We had obligations that we were able to. This body actually moved the legislation sometime, I think it was November, to remove those obligations off of the books. So the funds went back to the pool, and we're able to give that to GRS. This year we don't have that, but we are hearing from. We heard it this morning from the testimony. We're also hearing it from you, Mr. Simmons, that you all are confident that the 1325 will be returned to the Virgin Islands and we won't be having this conversation. But the worst case scenario is if it's not returned, we're going to see between 20 and 30 million dollars. That's a correct statement. A 20 to 30 million dollar shortfall.
In the amount of the note payment to the
Correct.
GRS, yes.
Right, in the amount of the note payment to GRS, which they are counting on to cover the annual payments.
Right.
Remember, that's what's happening right now. They are counting on those dollars. So they're showing us, I don't have the report in front of me. I asked my staff to bring it. But they're showing us that they have that shortfall that they are projecting for. So now they're expecting us to fill the gap, because if we don't fill the gap, basically this $4 billion debt will continue to grow. Is that worst case scenario? Correct.
Well, I mean, I understand the GRS's concern regarding the shortfall in the annual payment, and certainly there is an impact to the system if they're not getting the full amount of the note that was promised, and the actuaries, I'm sure, will run those numbers and show exactly what that is. From our perspective, we expect to, even if the 1325 extender is never passed by Congress, what that would mean in terms of the GRS is that the note, instead of terminating in 2052, would actually go for an additional 7 years and actually be terminated in 59, sorry, because then it would take us that additional 7 years to pay off the amount of the shortfall to the GRS. Now, from their perspective, I'm sure that is an impact to them and the apparent solvency. They would have to run those numbers and show how that would impact on them. I can understand that they request for an increase in the plan sponsors' contribution. They would feel is necessary to avoid that. But as I said, from our perspective, we expect it to pass. We're not throwing the hands up in the air and throwing in the towel and saying that this isn't going to happen. We have our Washington team and constantly in touch with the members of the Congress and the White House and Treasury and everybody. So we feel very confident that it is going to pass. As I indicated, it's not just the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico that these extenders impact. There's a whole host of others, and everyone is pushing hard to get it done. And all indications are that it will be done.
Okay, so that's I think that's information that we needed to receive, because there's been a lot of talk around this, and I think getting clear information as to where the government stands with this discussion, what's happening on a national level with this conversation is important for us to know. But I'm going to close this and then go to my colleagues. I will ask to what types of discussions is the government of the Virgin Islands having in the meeting, the executive branch, PFA, Commissioner Bruce, with the GRS as it relates to this discussion that we're having this afternoon around the shortfall. What assurances are we giving them? Has there been any discussions? Because when they presented the report, they clearly presented it with 2 years of shortfall. And of course, for them, that's lost investment as well. So that's also another component that has to be considered, the lost investment. So discussions with GERS, what's...
Yes, so to my understanding, there's a scheduled meeting within the next month with the governor and GERS, but it's mostly the governor having those conversations with them. Because we are, really confident that the extender will pass. But we're still having the conversations with them generally on the whole issue of solvency, because we realize that, it's 30 years down the road and we still need to address it.
Great. Okay, so we look forward to hearing about what that discussion is. And I don't know that that's going to help them to change their numbers, because they have to go what they have in front of them, what those numbers are as we speak. So I'm going to use this opportunity to go to my other colleagues so we can get through this meeting. But this discussion is an important discussion because they're already talking about potential loss investment as a result of the projected, the shortfall. Okay, you following that? You understand? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Please recognize.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to all. And thank you, Mr. Simmons, for that information. I'm going to go back to the testimony in respect to page 7, where it was spoken to about construction and real estate. And I believe it's important, especially when it comes to the numbers and the budget, because it's stated as one of the most sensitive sectors to changes in the interest rate, housing activity weekend in fiscal year 22. The average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage was 5.5, and by year end, it was 8.75, which is a 3.25 difference, which is a large impact on our people. And most activities in the housing sector dropped sharply. And in line with the numbers, the number of building permits dropped by 18% for fiscal year 22, from 314.8 million to 386.3, which is $71 million different, and on and on. Now, it also spoke to private non-residential drop by 53%. In saying that, I wanted to say this in respect to that space and the activity that's necessary, that's going to impact our recovery, number one, and our numbers in terms of taxes and the multiplier effect in respect to gross receipt, individual, tax, corporate, etc., to include unemployment when it comes to job. So my question is to Director Acton Williams, because I know with all the different federal funds and the programs that was within HFA, the Envision program, the ERAP program, now the SLICE program that's under EDA, with all of these different programs and the funding that have been allocated for those spaces.
1 minute.
How or what do you see us doing differently to assure that we can contribute in terms of the numbers and impacting all of these areas I spoke to in the housing space, to assure that we do not lose any more funding from the federal government and assist with our recovery at the same time? Director, can you speak to that briefly, please? I don't think, Director Acton?
30 seconds.
I don't think she's there, so.
No, she's there.
I'm here. I'm actually here. I was waiting for them to activate the mic. And thank you for the question, Senator. So we truly anticipate the increase in the definitely the Envision program, as well as VI Slice, as you mentioned. They being EDA executed a number of memorandum of agreements with all the financial institutions that are participating. And we expect they have applicants already waiting, and we expect that the numbers that will increase with Envision, the projects, as well as we'll see that trickle over into the building permits in 2023. This was projected before when we looked at the project timelines, and I think we should be able to see a significant increase in those spaces.
So in terms of the projection, do you see a need for revisiting those, or do you believe that you're going to be on target or on point with those projections?
I think we're going to be on target for those just because we missed last year, and typically we've already exhausted the catch-up period. So we are scheduled to see those projects manifest itself, and we've gotten rid of some of the bugs and the stumbling points for those projects. So we'll see them come to fruition.
All right, thank you so much for your response, and I look forward to further discussion. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm finished. Thank you.
All right, just making sure. All right, Senator Francis, you recognize for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Simmons, one of the discussion that was had during the consideration of the securitization was that there was going to be some further discussion with the rum distilleries in regards to increased volume of production, thereby allowing for some additional rum cover over. Can you speak to any discussion that have been had thus far in respect to that?
Well, we have the discussions continually with the, good afternoon, Senator, I'm sorry, and thank you very much. We do have the discussions continually regarding production levels, and based on the conversations we've had, plus our reading of the industry, we don't see any significant growth in spirits, particularly rum, at this point. There are some specialty like vodka and stuff like that has shown phenomenal growth, but rum has remained basically stable over the last couple of years. So what we believe might be an avenue for us is if we are able to generate any additional distillery operations that would generate additional rum cover over. And that is something that we're open to.
Very well. Is there any active discussion with any additional boutique type distilleries or any other distilleries in respect to that?
There have been a couple that have approached us and we're awaiting some presentations in terms of what they feel they can do.
Very well, thank you. And Commissioner Bruce, in regards to, there was some discussion sometime back where there was some large sum of money that was deposited in an off-island account. Can you give us a status of that, if in fact it's true, or what's happening in regards to this deposit elsewhere?
The only funds that we have deposited elsewhere are investment funds.
Very well. And real quickly, Chief Negotiator, in regards to the fire department and EMS,
30 seconds.
I heard you said that there was some discussion initially back in October. Is it your belief that, 4 months or 5 months later, we still having these discussions and we have not been able to close the loop in regards to negotiating with the fire department? What's the general timeline for such negotiations?
There's no general timeline, Senator, but active negotiations, it varies by bargaining unit. So no set time, but it'll be helpful to get some response from the union.
Time.
Madam Chair, if I may just follow up on that particular response.
Yes.
It is your testimony that you have not received a response from those bargaining unit that you're currently negotiating with, and we are talking about the fire department at this time as well as the EMS.
Fire EMS support staff, Senator.
And the remaining, the firefighters and the like?
No, not as yet. We haven't started that one as yet.
So I'm trying to glean from you, Madam Chief Negotiator, when will that occur?
Well, what I'm doing is continuing the ones that are pending, and support staff is pending, so as well as 4 other unions. So what we're asking is those unions that we're working with to be responsive to our, proposals thus far, so we can move along. Others are waiting.
Very well, my time has been called. Thank you very much. I'll discuss further with you offline, Chief Negotiator. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let's follow on to that conversation. So we completed the negotiations for the teachers when?
That was,
So their contract is up to date?
theirs is expiring the end of August.
So theirs is
This year.
expiring at the end of August?
Yeah.
So there was
That was
a...
completed since like early 2021, late 2021, early 2022. FY.
Okay, so there was a announcement that was made that, and I think one of my colleagues asked about it earlier, that all teachers' salaries will go to 50K.
Correction, Senator, the minimum salary for teachers.
Sorry, the minimum, yes.
Right.
So the minimum means coming in and those that are there, right?
Starting salary, yes. So it wouldn't be those that are there because they would be more experienced.
No, but if you have a 0 to 2,
No, the pay scale is 0, 1, 2 onward.
okay, so 0, 1. So what's this second step?
The second step would be slightly higher than, it's right now about 48,000.
Okay.
48,000 for the first step, for the first start.
So the second step is over 50?
No.
Right. So if
I
the,
see what you're saying.
Yes.
But the announcement was focusing on the starting salary, Senator.
But naturally, organically, if you have teachers coming in at 50, new teachers, then those that are there, you have to move the bar.
Right.
So has there been, I think one of my colleagues asked it earlier, but I don't think it was properly fleshed out. Has there been any conversation about what the impact is, the financial impact of moving the bar? Because it's also going to affect 3 and 4 and on and on and on.
That's a process that we have to work on before having a discussion further with the governor and OMB. Because that's a large group, as you know, the largest bargaining unit. So the process of calculating that will take some time. So I understand the question. I didn't understand the question initially, but I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah.
There has to be a costing that actually fleshes that out.
Because as you hit one, then all the others are going to be impacted.
Right, it's going to be a domino effect.
It's domino effect.
Right.
So there hasn't been any conversation around what that potential cost is.
Not substantive, no.
And then you have a contract that's going to expire in August of 23.
Correct.
So why not allow this to be negotiated?
Why not allow it to?
Yeah. Well, you don't have any control over it. I guess I'm having a rhetorical question.
I'm not clear on your question. Yeah.
Well, yeah, so unions negotiate for their units, right?
Yes.
So I understand that you don't negotiate for individuals who are coming in. So the government's responsibility is to make sure that they are able to attract new teachers.
Correct.
But I really wish that was a conversation that was had while you were negotiating the last contract, because then that would have made it so much easier for us to figure this out. Because now is this implementation or consideration truly going to happen, or this was just a discussion or something that was said? I guess it's more like it.
Well, once we have a costing, we'll have a better sense of what that would look like and the impact, the financial impact.
And how many contracts do you intend to negotiate this year?
As much as I can. Senator, as you know, the different sizes, the different proposals, and the time frame varies by union.
But what are you projecting, though? You have to have some kind of a goal. You may not make the goal, but you have to have a goal.
Let's just say 6.
So you have 6?
Well, no, let me add to that, because education is 3 alone, AFT is 3 alone. So I'll say 8 at this time.
So you have 8, and so 6 would be all. 8 will be all that's outstanding? Because
No.
some will expire as you go.
No, Senator. There's currently, in addition, there's 17 that are expired, and I'm working on 4 right now. So there's 13 beyond that. And each year,
Whoa.
contracts expire.
Okay. All right, so that's a task within itself.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not even sure how to continue to ask you this question. Okay, well, of course, we are always interested in how we can support the union negotiations as far as, appropriating the necessary dollars. So hence the reason for the question. But if we're looking at 8, there are those that fall that are expired already. So do you have a stand-in line approach?
If I have a
Stand in line.
like
As
who's next
yeah,
and so forth?
yes.
Yes. However, I'm looking at ways to streamline it some more because as what we tend to do is sometimes schedule 6 months out or more, but then depending on the pace, we have to push them back. So what I'm trying to do internally and with the agencies is move everyone towards preparing and try to get in as many as possible. Some unions are even open to electronic exchanges and having shorter meetings. So we're looking at ways to move a lot faster if we can.
Okay, I know that we did appropriate funding for union increases in FY 2023. You are aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Senator James, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. My question, I guess, is either to Department of Finance or Division of Personnel. The governor mentioned sometime back about a $10,000 sign-on bonus and that the monies are basically there. Can anyone expound on that as far as the status of making that come into fruition and to bring new police officers on board?
No, those funds would be in VIPD budget.
Okay, just want to make sure because I know in the State of the Territory, he said in few weeks, the VI Police Department would offer 10,000 sign-on bonus for new police officers. So I just wanted to know if it's something that was already put aside or whatever the case may be. So that's for the upcoming FY 2024 budget is what you're saying.
Let me confirm with the director of OMB on that.
All right, no problem. And also, if anyone can explain to me, I know it was referenced in the testimony that there will be a web-based application and it will be up and running in mid-March for seniors to receive their $500 stipend. Anyone have any details on if this will be outsourced as far as who will be managing the site? Anyone?
I'm not sure. That also is a OMB project. So I'm not sure if it'll be outsourced.
All right, no problem. And as far as $10 million, if I'm not mistaken, supposed to be going towards recruitment and retention for nurses and health professionals. Anyone can expound on that? I think it should be benefiting both hospitals.
1 minute.
Can you repeat your question, Senator?
ODR, you want to say something?
Oh.
Senator, the governor has identified funding that were provided to both hospitals in order to facilitate recruitment and retention, and it's on the hospitals to execute on the funding and the initiatives associated with that.
Thank you for placing that on the record. So I'm happy to know that it's rolling out. And earlier it was made mention that OMB and finance are short staff. I know you can't really speak for OMB, but as far as finance, I know there's only so many individuals you can get from the pool that we have available in the U.S. Virgin Islands. But if you can just let us know some of the things you're doing to help with some of those short staff issues, because I know you have a lot going on at the Department of Finance.
We do. Thank you for that question. So I'll say something that needs to be said. Financial professionals, we are the silent heroes of the pandemic. So every time we speak of the pandemic, we know that there were frontline persons and we think of it only on the health side. But the fact is that the federal government flooded the nation with billions of dollars, and we were expected to account for that money and report on it. what has happened specifically in my agency, some of the resignations, if I want to speak to the resignations that are on file with Department of Personnel, every person is going somewhere else for more money. So currently, we don't have the proper, the staff with the appropriate skills to account for these billions of dollars. So one of the things I've been trying to do is increase salaries and create positions. We need someone, we talk about the third-party fiduciary for Department of Education. We have whittled down our exceptions to 7, I forgot what they're called. But we only have 7 issues to deal with. Once those are done, then now the Department of Finance has to do the approvals that we're now, the third-party fiduciary does. So I've created a position there. It's slightly higher than what we normally have, but overall, we need to be able to increase the salaries to get specialized people in. So one of the things that I've noticed since I've been in government is that we can have a contract with for a consultant and pay them, $500,000 a year, but I'm not allowed to hire a highly skilled CPA at $185,000 or $200,000 a year, which is what is critically needed in order to account for all these funds. So when we come down with the budget, we'll be asking for your understanding in knowing that, we hear of all of these, we're paying the bonuses and we're paying incentives to bring on everyone that was on the forefront of the pandemic, but you don't hear that for financial professionals. So that's what we're doing, trying to increase the salary.
Thank you for that explanation, and hopefully good things come out of that Good Fellows program so we can have succession planning in the U.S. Virgin Islands and get our young people on board to take the torch one of these days. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Senator James, you wanted to?
Yes,
you
Madam
may
Chair.
proceed, Ms. Springett.
Madam Chair, I'd like to clarify my testimony on the number of negotiations. You asked how many negotiations for the year. I said 8, but 8 in addition to the 5 that I'm currently working on would make 13.
Okay, so 13.
It's ambitious, but I'll do the best I can.
All right, thank you for the clarification or the correction. All right, and Commissioner Bruce, we hear you, but I believe that the conversation around what those salaries, et cetera, should look like comes out of the executive branch. We determine how we can fund the overall budget based on the revenue projection. So that's not a when we come down to the legislature issue. That is an issue that needs to be taken care of in the shop of the executive branch. I definitely hear you and agree with you, and that's a good segue to the audits. So the 2019 audit was completed when?
Summer of 2021.
Summer of 2021, so around August of 21, right? And the 2022?
The 2020.
Sorry, the 2020?
Yep, we began right away, and we should be issuing within the next 30 days.
So you should be issuing within the next 30 days. I took the opportunity to review I haven't looked at the single audit component of it yet, but I took the opportunity to look at the internal control over financial reporting on compliance and other matters, and it's very alarming. It just seems as if over the years we've regressed, we don't move forward, and then we regress, and I think it has everything to do with how our government is structured. but you have how many findings do you have in 2019? I think it's all over. Property tax, I mean, it's all over. There's just so many findings. What is there like a strategic plan to address this? And I ask the question because, we went to market under a securitization because of the fact that we have been receiving qualified audits. And qualified audits just mean that we got a lot of things that we need to correct. So tell me, what's the plan? We have issues from year-end close process and year-end revenue and receivables, grants management, and of course we talked about the Department of Education and their compliance agreement, and we still have findings on the grants management. There's a lot of material weaknesses. It's just a lot.
Yeah.
So what's the plan?
So one of the things that I am seeing already, so the plan is, of course, to clear up those findings. One of the things that I'm seeing already is that the exercise that the agencies are having to go through now to get the information ready for the 2020 audit, because we're so behind, they now know they are now doing the right things. We should not see those findings as we come out of, say, a 2022 audit, because now people are seeing the agencies, the financial persons in the agencies are now being trained up on the reconciliations that need to happen within the agency for federal grants, for funds, for even us at finance with the cash accounts. So we are seeing the right thing to do. We're hoping that some of the agencies have already increased the salaries for those financial professionals, and they are not seeing as high of a turnover as I am currently. But my hope is that what you don't see those things now because we're so late in reporting, but again, they have been being trained. They are doing the reconciliations, and those findings should not be repeat findings as we move forward.
As we move forward?
With the 2021 audit, the 2022 audit. So I will say the 2022 audit because just from me being here since summer of 2021, and I know that wrapping up the 2019 audit, the year that we've taken with the 2020 audit, those persons are doing the work, and now they are moving forward doing their work differently. We have more SOPPs coming online.
Okay, so let me ask you something, not meaning to cut you off. So of course, audits are not new to the government. We conduct them annually, whether they're late or not, they're still required. Have you taken the opportunity to look back at these audits over 2018, 2017? 2017 is a bad year, but
yes,
have you compared the nature of the findings to your prior years to see if we are truly looking at these audit findings and making true corrective actions? Because we should not have this amount of findings. Are these new findings? Are these repeat findings? What are they?
What I saw personally are repeat findings. When I did a spreadsheet, I asked for the information to be put into a spreadsheet. Year over year, there were never like an addition to add a new finding. But in some cases, we at finance needed to update an SOPP to be clearer on something. In some cases, we've gone into agencies to try to train them up. But no, what I saw are repeat findings, and I don't expect to see them after 2022.
We're going to hold you to that.
I know.
Because remember, it's not only within your department, it's a number of agencies, the way they manage the federal grants, property tax, we see that there's been an improvement there. A lot of it is within Department of Finance, though. The majority of it. Yeah. So, to me, from where I sit, this should be the roadmap for improving our internal operations as it relates to financial matters in the government. My colleague, Senator Francis, has a point of inquiry. Senator Francis, you recognize your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. Latham real quick, in regards to the property tax credit, how is this being advertised? I know that March 1st is the deadline. In regards to that, I want to know how is this being advertised, as well as the online payment plan, if that if that is also currently functional.
Thank you, Senator. That's within the wheelhouse of the Office of the Tax Assessor. I'll let the Tax Assessor answer, please.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thanks for the question. The issue of the tax credits, especially the homestead tax credits, they are applicable mostly to the new home buyers of 2021, so that they would be new for 2022, or in this case, 2023 billing. We indicate to them that the forms are on the Citizen Access portal, and if they have any questions, they call us. They can submit those applications or bring them in so that we can have enough time to review them and update their records for the 2023 billing. As it relates to the payment plan online, I would ask the tax collector to be specific on that as to the use of the Citizen Access portal.
Okay, thank you. In regards to the property payment plans, property tax payment plans, since June, we have made the Citizen Access portal available for persons to do that online, rather than having to come into the office or come back to the Virgin Islands to deal with this. In this fiscal year, we've seen just short of 100 persons that's taken advantage of payment plans online. And so we hope to increase that and to increase the outreach to persons that may not live here anymore, but they have properties and they need to maintain them.
Madam Chair, may I?
Let me just find out from the senator if the responses satisfy his concern. Commissioner Bruce wants to say something, but let me just let him quickly ask.
It's back to our prior conversation, so when you're done with this.
Senator?
Yeah, Commissioner Bruce, I guess you two could address the issue of a default online payment, if that is up and running for the government of the Virgin Islands, to make sure that we're collecting all of the necessary revenues. And if there's any dysfunction that's occurring within any of the other government agencies, you could just address that real quick in your response.
Thank you, Senator. No, I don't know of any malfunctions. I do know that my team is working to get a central payment system online. So that would impact all of the government of the Virgin Islands for any revenues that we needed to collect. We're working with the team to get everyone online now. And further, Madam Chair, pursuant to our prior conversation.
Wait, one second before you go to that.
Okay.
Let's wrap up this property tax discussion. I know that we had a chat. So you're basically saying that now, if you owe and if you make a payment plan, you could pay portions online.
Yes, you can maintain that payment plan online. You can start, maintain, and complete that payment plan online.
But you have to connect with your office in order to get that moving?
No, you don't.
You go online. So
You go
I think
online.
the senator asked a specific question, or he asked, how is it being advertised?
Well, we have advertised it on our radio program, via press releases, and on the website of the Lieutenant Governor, pointing them back to the property tax website.
So is this ongoing advertisement, or this is like a one-time hit and then?
Ongoing. It's a shift in what we do, so we constantly remind customers of the ability to do that.
Okay, very well. We have to listen out for the radio and I read the newspaper every day. I don't know if I see it in the papers, but we will have to listen out for the radio. Is it paper print as well?
We have not done so in paper print as yet, but we have done radio programs, we have done press releases, which some of those have gone in paper print. But we have not specifically done an ad per se.
Okay, so lots of folks read the papers, so I know those ads are not necessary. They're not inexpensive, but in order to get the word out, you have to utilize all mediums in order to make sure that, because you made reference to 100 persons, compared to how many people do we have? How many outstanding properties do we have?
Well, I think the tax roll involves some.
Let's say that's over 2 years old.
87,000
Yeah,
parcels.
so you're making an impact yet. 100 persons. So you have to figure out how to ramp up that marketing and that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Bruce, you said you had something you wanted to share?
Yes, so just pursuant to our prior conversation, we did receive some assistance from the Department of Interior. They sent a group down, and that group has worked with all agencies across the GVI in regards to federal grants and streamlining their process. So it starts from the moment that we receive the notice of the grant all the way through to putting the grant online, getting the budget online, through to the program, through to the Department of Finance and payments being made. We also had another consultant to work with us, specifically what we call the four wheels, OMB, finance, personnel, and property and procurement, to come in to discuss with us where our pain points were. Of course, the payments coming out of finance was a big one, and we are working with that team. We updated SOPPs, but all of those agencies did. So we are looking at this on the micro level at agency and macro level GVI-wide.
Okay, thank you for that update. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon to all the distinguished testifiers today and the listening audience. I want to follow up with the discussion on the wage negotiations. So on page 12, you mentioned that negotiations are ongoing with the Virgin Islands State Nurses Association and the Registered Nursing Leadership Union. So one quick question. A nurse that graduates, say from UVI, what is the starting salary right now? RN?
Currently, at Department of Health, it's 46,500. At the hospitals, it's about 63,000.
Okay, good. Are you familiar with the PAFOD agreement? I think is the traveling nurses, et cetera, about how much are they paid per month? I'm hearing between $12,000 a month to $20,000 a month. Do you have any information on that?
I don't have specific data on the salaries, Senator, and the salaries for PAFOD nurses. What I do know is
Okay, well, if you don't have specific information, I reserve my time. Let me continue. So at $63,000 for a nurse in the hospital, that's about $5,250 a month. You know, I have a nurse, she told me to call. Her name is H. Carty. I don't want to call. She just left the hospital because she wants to become a traveling nurse. You know, and it's so nice because in this room, you know, we're talking about $4 billion in financing, up to $7 billion in hurricane repair funds, and $1 billion budget. You know, it's about $12 billion, all local Virgin Islands having a decent conversation. You know, one of the most important things is the wage compensation. This particular nurse is a local RN. We need to We need to try to get them home. I want to go now to page 7, and I want to follow up the line of conversation where my distinguished colleague from NADA, right? You said here in the second sentence, page 7, the average 30-year fixed mortgage rate soared, and I repeat, soared, this is your language, from 5.5% to 8.75% at year's end. So if you do the math, and everybody that has a mortgage will understand this math because they feel it in their pockets. 5.5 to 8.75%, that's a 59% increase in your mortgage
30 seconds.
interest. So if you were paying $1,900 to the bank, that means that that same mortgage for that amount of money is now $3,021. So tell me now, what is the banks doing to help with mortgage assistance and have the mortgage rates, default rates increased?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We don't have the information from the banks.
Well, you see, that's what I'm talking again, right? You're giving me information here on page 7 of your report saying that the mortgage rate went from 5.5% and it soared to 8.75%, and you're telling me you don't have the information. So you're giving me a report, and I only got this, the Madam Chairwoman mentioned that you sent this at 12 o'clock last night.
Time.
It's at, Madam Chair, may I finish?
You may wrap up.
Yes, we got this at 12 o'clock last night. The OMB director is not here. The people that here is testifying saying you don't have the information. All of my questions, you don't have the information. This is not acceptable. You know, we're talking about inflation is very important in this community. The inflation rate, how are these people being treated with the mortgages if the rate went up 59% at year's end? We need to have answers. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator. So specifically, we asked the financial team to provide us with an overview of the financial health of the government, and we asked some specific questions around the RUM cover over and the payments of the premium pay and a couple more things, budgets versus appropriations. What we will have to do in this committee is have a follow-up discussion with the banks around exactly what you're asking. So that's something that we need to make a commitment to do because it is a important question, the important questions that needs to be answered. Okay?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Springett?
May I clarify on the nurses' salaries, please?
Sure.
Nurses' salaries, as the senator asked about in terms of the hospitals and Department of Health, are funded by the local revenues. To my knowledge, the PAFRD salaries are not.
That's correct.
It's by federal funds.
It's a contract.
Yes.
That I believe is going to expire shortly, but again,
Yes, ma'am.
that was not really the basis for our discussion today.
Madam
Okay.
President?
Chair.
Chair.
Miss, yeah.
I
You're
wanted to
recognized, just for the sake of the stenographer, Director of IRB, you're recognized.
I'm good there. I just wanted to clarify for the senator about the mortgages. These are 30-year fixed, so they're not somebody who's paying 5%. It's going to increase to 8. 8 represents new home buyers, so nobody's going to get surprised of all of a sudden a higher mortgage rate based on an existing mortgage. Yeah, these are strictly for new buyers who know what the interest rates are.
Point
which is
of
why
information.
purchases are.
Unless you have a variable rate.
Yeah, but
because
here
they're variable
we're
rates.
identifying fixed in this narrative, in the sentence.
Okay, so there's a point of information from the Senator Fonseca.
Yes, and I do understand that, but in your testimony, and it says the average rate of a 30-year fixed mortgage soared from nearly 5.5% at the start of the year to about 8.75. So my point is still that on that same amount of money, if you got that loan last year and you were paying $1,900, that same amount of money at that 59% increase will now be $3,021. So, Madam Chair, my point still remains. Whoever got that, borrowed that money is now paying a lot more. It's inflation.
So no, if the loan was let at the 5% and it's a fixed rate for that particular period, then it's a fixed rate. The new loans.
Yes, the new
and
loans.
now a new loan now will be impacted by that 8%.
Yes.
So let's be fair in our conversation though. So this issue is not unique to the Virgin Islands. What's happening, this is happening throughout the country.
Yes.
I can't, his name doesn't come to me right now. What's the name of the gentleman that's responsible for increasing the
Federal Reserve.
The Federal Reserve, but there's a gentleman in particular. No, not Bloomberg. So the Federal Reserve, we are not in control of that territory-wide, but you know that the government has a SLICE program to provide support in that area. So again, that's a conversation that we need to have at another time. Okay? Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
What the cut down? Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought you won't come into me again. I missed the part. I wanted to caution Health, Hospital, and Human Services to be prepared because the chair ain't playing. Mr. Latham, Mr. Mills, my good friend, you know, I gotta say I'm a little disappointed. I'm still waiting for that downtown listing from last term. So I'm gonna ask for it again and I'll give you a call. But let me go over to the Office of OMB. I know that they're not here, but I've been getting a number of calls regarding the $500 Social Security checks. So I'm gonna ask you, please, whatever information you have, utilize to the maximum our government access channel and the even legit TV. I'm pretty sure that the Senate President will be more than kind enough to allow you to do some advertisements there. Madam Williams-Octelin, how are you today?
Doing well.
Great. Page 17 speaks to the 44 projects slated for 2023, correct?
Yes.
Just tell me at least 2 major projects that will begin timely in 2023 in both districts.
2 would be the Charles Howard demolition and then further construction thereafter.
Right.
We also have the Charles Seals
1 minute.
fire station, beginning demolition and construction to immediately follow. Number of road projects in the St. Thomas, St. John district. You want to complete the parks, you ask for 2, give you a little bit more. But we have those projects are on schedule to start immediately after getting their permits, which should be any day. And some of those have already gotten their permits, so we're just going through the process of mobilizing and getting folks out on the site.
Thank you. I wish, though, that Public Works will do some more public service announcements and actually go on the scene there and with cameras and show these things
30
on
seconds.
the government access channel, letting people know exactly what's going on. Just the other day, in my meeting with the governor, I told him, you know, one thing I said, maybe only one other colleague, and I have to come from Frederick, said to Christian, said, daily when we get on the highway to come up here, and it irks me to come to the highway and then see this big detour sign, then I'll have to make a U-turn in the middle of the road to go around. These things should be told to the public way ahead of time in their planning. So that's not for you, but for.
But I do want 10 seconds.
Okay.
So Barkita, Scotland, they do a lot of public awareness. They send out press releases all the time, and ODR also does some on-site. So we'll do more of it for you.
No,
for the public.
Thank you. And I understand that they do. Just, I'm saying, utilize the government access channel a bit more, and even legit TV. But thank you for that, and thank you for the extras. Because I'm wondering, and I was hoping that you had mentioned something about this Envision program, because it's giving us headache, gray hair. I even lose in here now because of this Envision program. But whatever it is, they need to go probably see Paul Vision, Starling Optical, and Pleasant or something, because we really don't understand what kind of vision they have going on in this place. There's nothing happening. It's no longer an emergency. Now, OCB page 13, you with 22 CBAs not completed or expired, 4 to be finalized, 4 that's ongoing, 13 that's expired, and 1 with no agreement. Realistically, I don't see you completing all of these. Do you have a timeline to address this? Also, I see 2 of 4 in the to be finalized category will expire next year, 2024. And nurses in the same to be finalized category are already expired. How do you intend to address all these CBAs?
So Senator Gittins, I think you're about 7 minutes in, but let me just share with you that perhaps you had walked away from your desk, but we actually queried the Office of Collective Bargaining on that specific question, and Attorney Springett indicated that she is currently at the table with 5 bargaining units, and she's going to bring on another 8. So this year, it's a aggressive goal. However, this fiscal year, she's looking to finalize 13 bargaining units. So that was discussed earlier. Okay, Senator? Well, yeah.
Thank you.
So, but she would also like to clarify something. I just want to make sure that it was already, that it was already asked and answered. Yes, you may proceed.
Senator, he made reference to 1 already expiring in the section that's being finalized. We haven't the one for LPNAs, which are licensed practical nurses. We haven't finalized the collective bargaining agreement as yet, so we didn't put the actual start and end dates for that contract. So it's showing 2016 to 2020, because until the parties have finalized the duration of the contract, I wouldn't put that there. It'd be unfair for the government to make a statement without the union in agreement. And I think that is
Point of inquiry.
Okay, I'm hearing a point of inquiry. Who's that? Who's asking for the point of inquiry?
Devon James, but
Senator James, you may proceed with your point of inquiry.
Okay, thank you. The quick follow-up question to the previous speaker, when he made mention of the Envision program and all the stuff that is going on for the hurricane recovery, they were made mention in the testimony on page 8 that FEMA made catch-up payments that were owed to vendors for multiple years. Moving forward, they're expected to be on time. Can you just explain to us what basically caused that to happen?
Sure, and that reference is made to the STEP program, Senator. You remember there were a number of payments that were owed to contractors dating back to 2018, and we had resolved that. So there were lump sum payments made in the year, which of course would not trickle over to the remaining years, because that was definitely an anomaly after they've caught up on that one program, the STEP program. But it does not impact the others, because the payments are being made regularly, drawn down and being made regularly on the other projects.
Thank you for clarifying, and I really hope and pray moving forward that all those construction projects come into fruition, because I know the governor made mention that we will be relying heavily on construction for the next 5 to 7 years.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Chair, for the
Senator
time.
Gittens, did you have a follow-up question on your point of inquiry for Ms. Springett? I thought after I called Senator James, I felt that you were trying to say something.
It's okay. Thank you. I was just trying to advise the DOP director, likewise, that I requested for OMB to utilize the government access channel so individuals could get the information. But to DOP regarding the survivor payments, we've been receiving a number of calls on those survivor payments as well. So if they could just get the information out to those survivors. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We're now, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Please recognize the senator's mic.
Test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Test. Thank you, Madam Chair. Right away, tax collector, outstanding delinquent taxes. How much outstanding and how much collected? And what your projections are for this year? That's one. For chief negotiator, what was spent in the 22 budget for wage increases? What was the total number approximately?
Approximately 14.2 million.
14.2. Okay, so they were on par. And so the tax assessor, the delinquent taxes?
Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. For all tax years, the delinquencies with interest and penalties totals about 118 million.
That's outstanding.
That's correct.
Okay, how much collected?
In fiscal year 22, we collected some 26.7 million in delinquencies and about 33 million in current year.
Okay.
For this fiscal year, thus far, we've collected 5.6 million in delinquencies.
Okay, thank you.
And the projected amount is 61 million for this year.
61. Okay, good. And you believe we could reach that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. On page 10 of the testimony, there's mention of a special fund. I was trying to figure out.
1 minute.
General fund, 152 million, federal fund, 7.5 million, and 3 special fund. What is that special fund, 20.6 million, if anyone has it?
Oh, me. Let me get the breakdown for you. I'll submit the breakdown.
Okay, and finally, well, for me, I've said it publicly, and for me, I think now is the time to dissolve GERS and get rid of them and pay through creating an account in finance. Finance has how many pension funds right now?
Pension funds? We don't.
Correct.
We don't have pension
30
funds.
seconds.
In the 23, in the budgets have National Guard Pension Fund, it has Elected Governors Retirement Pension Fund, it has a pension fund, and it has a Judges Pension Fund. How are those funds? How are those funds handled? How are they operated?
We get appropriations for them and we pay them out. at
So
Department
is
of
it done through
Finance.
GRS?
No, it's done at Department of Finance.
That's what I am looking at for GRS.
Time.
Now is the time. But again, it's a big discussion going forward, but it's my opinion, and I think it could work based on those same funds. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So let's go back quickly, because actually, today is the tax assessor's birthday?
Tax collector.
Tax collector's
Belated.
birthday.
It was yesterday.
It was yesterday, so happy birthday to you. And I
Thank
know
you,
that
Senator.
we heard that your staff had a whole spread for you, and you're sitting here all day. So
Yes, it was a
and
surprise.
hopefully, when I wrap these up, questions, if any senators have anything else they want to ask, they could ask you, and then we'll go to because we want to allow you at least a few minutes with them right? So,
Thank you, Senator.
because I'm looking at the clock and I'm like, oh my gosh. So the senator before asked about the outstanding taxes, property taxes, of course. That's real property taxes that we're talking about, right? And you said last year you think you collected 59 million.
No, last year was 57.7 million.
Okay. So I am not sure what's happening, but on the Department of Finance report, we're seeing 50.2 million.
57.7.
FY 2022, as of September 30th, 50.2 million. So when you say last year, we talking about the year, we talking about the fiscal year?
We're talking about the fiscal year.
Yeah. So we need to, I need to look at your numbers, because this is saying, based on the Department of Finance's Treasury report, we're seeing $50.2 million, and you're saying about 59 million.
57.7.
57 million. So I need to coordinate on that.
Right. Well, we perform.
We need transparency with the information. What's reported here, that information had to come from your office up to Commissioner Bruce, correct?
Correct.
So not sure how it would be so far off. It's $7 million off. Now, coming down to 2023, when FY23, so how much money have you collected to date thus far in 2023?
For fiscal year 2023, thus far, as of the end of January, is 5.6 million. 5.6 million.
In total?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's all delinquent taxes, because you said that in 2023, you've collected 5.6 million thus far. So you've only collected delinquent taxes in 23?
Yes, Senator.
Well, that would make sense.
Right,
That would make
because
sense, yes.
the tax bills are sent out in
Correct.
June.
That would make sense. So you collected $5.6 million thus far, and you feel that you're on target with the new systems and all that you have in place to collect some 61 million.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any other questions for the both the tax assessor and the tax collector. Senator Joseph, I'm going to allow you to ask your question because they need to leave.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please recognize Senator Joseph's mic, please.
Thank you. I noted the amount you stated, Mr. Tax Collector, and happy birthday as well.
Thank you, Senator.
Question, how much do we have outstanding in delinquent taxes, property taxes?
110 million.
That total, inclusive of interest and penalties, is about 118 million.
118 million. And do you have any projections on how much of this you will be able to collect?
Yes, Senator. Each year when we give our projections, we separate them according to delinquencies and current year taxes. And so for fiscal year 22, we projected 25 million. We collected 26.7 million. For fiscal year 23, we project 28 million in delinquent tax collections.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I don't have any other further question for the tax collector. Thank you.
All right. So your projections for FY 2023 are spot on at 61 million, and your outstanding is 118, and you're projecting that because you've seen improvement in your system, that you're going to collect an additional 2 million in delinquent taxes.
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. We will continue to follow the information. The only thing that we're going to ask is that you work closely with the Department of Finance and actually check to see what they have on their website, because your information does not line up with what they're sharing with us today. I don't know if Commissioner Bruce has a justification, but it's not lining up.
Well, so the reports that we have also include corrections, adjustments, any transfers. So I'll look at the way the information is being reflected, because you need then just one line item of what the collections are and then what our actual balance is, or what would make the differences on why we have a different balance. So we are, their team and my treasury team, I see emails all the time. They're in constant communication on all of the reconciliation. But we do them in the current accounting year. So even if it's for a prior year, because we've closed out the year. So we're in constant communication about reconciliation.
Yeah, please work this out. We're having a $7 million discrepancy, so that needs to be worked out. And then that just brings me very quickly to all of the other revenues, Commissioner Bruce. We spoke about it earlier this morning about the other revenues that are not collected. We spoke about the revenues, but we didn't speak about the revenues that are not collected by the Bureau of Internal Revenue. That in FY 2022 reflected some $44 million. And we don't have any information for FY 2023 as to what has been collected thus far. So we really need to see the update. And it's important to us because in your testimony, you indicated that you're on target to see the FY 2023 budget through, true, meaning you're on target to see the revenues, but I'm not sure, is that information that you share with OMB that's not online yet? I mean, how is it that we know that we're on target when this information is not updated?
Yes, so we do share that information. I actually spoke to my Director of Treasury, Lucy Nunez, and they are finalizing that report today, and OMB is aware of those numbers. So by the time we get the transparency website up to date, it will be, those numbers through the first quarter of the fiscal year will be updated as well.
Okay, thank you. You guys, you both are excused.
Thank you.
Yes, okay,
Thank you, Senator.
for your time.
Thank you very
and
much.
Enjoy the rest of your birthday celebration.
Thank you.
This is important information as it relates to other revenues. So we really have to be sure to receive this information. Please ensure. I know that in previous years, there was always a concern with the numbers that's on one end not matching, and we're kind of seeing it permeating through. So we need to make sure that there's a keener eye that's looking at this information. So you sing from one sheet of music when it comes to your revenues, because then there's always this concern about transparency, and so how do we trust government and trust the data that they're providing? Okay.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
The reconciliations are the key. When they collect the money and they just post that number, when we receive it, we have to make sure we have all of the relevant information, all of the backup, all of the details before we post it. So what doesn't happen is that we're just posting and we're saying, okay, we agree with you. And then when we get to the audit, we're not audit ready because we don't have a specific document. We don't have the backup. So it's a timing issue. We post only when we have all of the information. So sometimes there's a delay. And of course, we are short-staffed.
Okay, so that makes perfect sense. However, the numbers that we're looking at is from September 30th, 2022. So there was a discrepancy. There should have been that communication between your office and Mr. Leardam office. So he wouldn't be representing what he's representing. So we need to be clear. From our perspective, it's $50 million. Okay? All right, Senator Capehart. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Senator Capehart doesn't seem to be in the room, so I'm going to take this opportunity to ask the Commissioner about her general GL reconciliations. What's the status of your GL reconciliations?
So our general ledger reconciliations, not to be confused with bank reconciliations, those are happening within the accounting department only for our current year. We are going to need to identify some assistance so we can go further back to review the general ledger transactions.
Okay, so you're still challenged with getting help and support with your GL reconciliations?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. All of the W-2s have been sent out?
The W-2s, yes. So what we did is we made available all the W-2s electronically. We know that there was a challenge with some persons. The retirees, all of those W-2s were printed and mailed. There's been some discussion and complaints about saying that we are asking people to go to their HR departments, but outside of that, what they do is they come to us. So that the HR departments.
So what's that communication to the retirees who have, and those W-2s are as a result of the retroactive payments, correct?
Yes, because that is salary, but those were mailed.
So those are mailed?
Those were mailed. So one of the things I saw, just even with something that was mailed to me, it was returned and they had the correct address. So in the cases where items are returned, we cross-reference information with GRS to make sure we have the right address. We mail them back out, or we hear from people. But so we did distribute them timely.
Okay, and then this one is for Division of Personnel, the status of the retro payments, not retro, the 10 million to the retirees that was set aside. The retirees, remember we had that discussion last year about, you don't remember? Am I using the wrong number?
Yeah.
No, not the bonus. There was there was money set aside by the former chair of this committee to retirees. It's not the retro.
Not.
And we talked about the fact that some retirees didn't get theirs because they were. So what did you work on?
So we did the 40 million in
No, outside of the 40 million.
Because everything that
There was another payment made, another appropriation.
the 1,700 payment.
Yes, that was $10 million.
All of that.
Yes, $10 million.
All of that. Sorry. All of that went out already. It has been processed, and Division of Personnel continues to process all survivor payments from all of those payouts.
So how is the survivor payments being issued as far as?
Once the individual puts in the claim
There's
for
a
it,
claim, okay.
and the proper documentation, we process the payments.
Okay. And Commissioner Bruce, you indicated that there were, I think you said that earlier, that there were checks that were returned for various types of payments?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so how are you handling those return checks?
So it varies. There are rules we have to abide by, restrictions that we have if it's a tax return. With the retro payments or anything that was pertaining to salary and wages, we are reviewing, like I said, cross-referencing with GERS so that we can get those persons' correct mailing address and get those back out to them.
So you don't have any premium pay return checks? You don't have any $500 return checks?
We have $500 return checks, so those are what OMB is working on with that website, with the premium pay.
What website?
We're gonna have something by mid-March where persons can go online.
You know, my mother is 90 years old, right? And she can get her $500. So I am not sure what website I talking about.
Well, that's in addition to also cross-referencing with our records and GRS to make sure that we have correct mailing addresses.
We
for
cannot
persons.
assume that everybody who's on Social Security work for GRS. Y'all gotta come up with a better system. If you cannot, well, you could cross-reference with GRS.
We're doing a number of things. So all of those things, we're communicating. I heard from Director O'Neill, she is using the government access channel and legit, she will be using those. We are gonna have print media, but we are doing our best
Print media
to
saying
get-
what? Why don't we just ask people to bring their annual return in? Who said it wasn't paid? The document that you received from Social Security, send it, upload it, or send it in, have it delivered, dropped off. I mean, that's
Right, so
the
we
real
did,
answer.
right, well, we did have, from the beginning, we published an email address where persons could send us their information. So we're doing.
What if I told you that I had like 20 people that called my office and I did it for 20 people and they still have not received their $500?
I do not have a response for that.
That's happening. Okay, so I'm not certain. Director O'Neill is not here. The other question I had is I'm not even certain why OMB is responsible for dispersing, for making expenditures. The federal dollars are there. Your job is to deal with expenditures. I am not certain what's happening there. But if you have individuals in the community who were left out of the $500 payment, basically ask them to submit their Social Security, what is it called? The Social Security tax, their return?
Year-end statement.
Yes, the annual statement, and give the people their money. Why do people gotta wait for some website and all of that? These are elderly people. We doing a dance with this. Don't try to justify it because you're not the person working on it, okay? We're doing a dance with this. Ask the people to figure out where the person will sit, who's going to receive the information, validate the information, and move on. How much months it's been?
It's been since November.
Since November. So you know what it appeared to be like, right?
No, I don't.
I'm not going to say it. There's an appearance,
Well,
okay? And now that we are having this conversation, that the people are not paid, there are people here who don't really have a voice, that's not able to speak up for themselves because they're 80 and 90 years old. And we are talking about a website. They will never get paid. They are not going to any website. Do not come back to the legislature having a website conversation. No. Why are we spending money to put up a website for something like that? We need to ask them, put out the press release, put out the information, get on the radio, ask them to submit their annual documents so you could know that they are on Social Security, and start processing the checks. This ain't rocket science, man. This is a little frustrating. The amount of calls that we get in our office, man. And then we having a website? Oh boy. Okay.
Senator, I do want to put on the record, not so you could drag me some more.
No, don't use that word on the floor, because there's no dragging here. What it is our job is, if things are not going right, our job is to make sure that we advocate for our citizenry. And this is a continuous problem where we're getting calls in our offices, and now today we are hearing about a website. And that compounds the concern, because the people that we are referencing regarding a website, they don't really have access to those types of technology. So that is not workable.
So I want to be clear about two things, though. One is the website is one of many things that we are doing to try to get those checks to them. Also, we were successful in getting out almost 20,000 payments. So while every single person is important, it's a 5% error rate.
When last checks were issued?
The last time we did a batch of corrections, and so I can confirm that number later, but I know because
when
those
last the checks were issued? When last checks were issued against that 500?
We don't have to reissue any more checks. We are fairly certain, most of the people that have not been paid, that those checks have been returned back to us. So we are doing many things to try to get those.
You didn't answer my question. You're dancing now. So the question was basically, when last checks were issued? That's it. There's no other information. What we certainly sure about. Have we issued checks recently? Then if the checks were returned and we're sitting on the checks, then why is it we putting up our website, put a listing in the newspaper, and put the people name who we need to identify for the checks? I mean, I am not sure what we're saying, honestly. If we have checks that was sent back from the mail, what are we saying? I'm not sure. So now we're going to spend money for a portal for a one-time payment. All right. I think Senator Carrion said that he's here, so I'm going to go back to him. Senator Carrion. Oh, no. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been here, but haven't gone anywhere. Regards to the gross receipt, it shows that we had a decrease of 7% between 2021 and 2022. Do we have any idea why was that? And what are the projections for 2023?
Good day, Senator. The decrease is most likely due to the pandemic slowdown when everybody pretty much was on lockdown. And as far as 2023, everything is contingent, well, mostly with gross receipts on the construction activity, primarily that is going to be coming down the pipeline through ODR's purview. So we're all kind of tied to that, but that projection specifically is going to be, I don't have an exact number because of the timing of when these projects start, but we're doing good so far this fiscal year, and we anticipate it to go a lot further than we projected.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear your optimism, but I really wanted to hear some numbers and projections because that's what we are working on here. So if you could provide that through the chair, if you don't have them at the moment, I will appreciate that. Now, Director Williams-Octolin, so in the testimony here, I see that we're talking about with the projects that started last year and the ones that's starting now this year. They said that is over $1.63 billion in projects to be expended in 2023. And that will result in $81.3 million in gross receipt taxes that are anticipated. Is that number realistic? Is it on the conservative side? Can you please elaborate, looking at what we did in the last fiscal year?
So that number is on the moderate side. It's not as conservative, but it's somewhere in the middle. Those are projections for projects that we believe that are going to get started. The school, the Department of Health, Charles Howard, they are huge projects, and the ongoing Walter I. M. Hodge projects, along with Charlotte Kimmerman. So all the big projects that we projected are on schedule. So that's why we're more moderate in case of, whatever
30
else can come down the
seconds.
pike.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that explanation. Also, I don't know if Commissioner Bruce will be able to share with us, but there is some concern with regards to the OMB transparency website. Has been down now for the past 2 months. And the ARPA report hasn't been updated like how it was in 2022. Any reasons for that, and when can we anticipate to have the website back up?
Right. So, Senator, it's only been down about a month, and it was the information that was coming from the Department of Finance that was not integrating properly. So we expect it to be up like the first week in March, but it's coming back up, and there are reports, ARPA reports on the OMB website currently.
The ARPA report?
Yes, if you look on the OMB website, there are some ARPA reports there.
Yeah, the concern is that it hasn't been updated recently, and usually was updated, I think, on a weekly basis. So just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you.
And going to the federal funds, I'm a bit concerned about our local match. I know in the testimony you shared your concerns with it. So what is currently our local match that is required? And what's the plan?
I can take that. Adrian Williams, Aquilin Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. So the match is 10% of weatherly obligations for the FEMA Public Assistance Program. Right now, our initial projections were that we would have $5 billion of FEMA projects, requiring a $500 million match, which would have come from the CDBG-DR. But with the Bipartisan Budget Act and all of those opportunities are presented, we're looking at $12 billion in funding. So that amount, we're actively seeking waivers from, we being the governor and the delegate, combining to see if we can get a waiver for the territory, because outside of that, we would have to get loans or other financing mechanisms to meet the match for these projects.
I want to commend you and the governor, also delegate, because I understand that you have been successful in obtaining some waivers in some regards, correct?
Yes. So the president has issued notice to all of the federal agencies that they should be honoring the Department of Interior's waiver for the insular areas, to the Insular Areas Act, for projects under $200,000. So that is being enforced from the president's level, and we should see some of that helping to ease the burden of the match on the smaller projects.
Well, keeping our fingers crossed and that it will be so. Now, in regards to on page 18 of the testimony, there is a draft that shows here the SLFR F funds, and you have the expenditure categories, budget amount, and so forth. For infrastructure, we see here that there is zero amount that has been expended from what has been approved. What's the reason for that? And if there's any details that could be shared on what's the purpose of the amount that has been approved? Commissioner Bruce?
My apologies, I do not have that information.
Director Williams-Acton?
Can you just clarify the question?
So on page 18, on the draft that you have here, you have expenditure categories, and in the expenditure categories, you have infrastructure. You have the amount that's been budgeted and the amount that has been approved, but nothing has been expended to date. What has been approved?
So from the infrastructure side, there was a number of design work that has been approved for water replacement lines, wastewater lines, and trying to assist with the One Dig approach. There's also broadband initiatives and projects that have been approved. So they're all in the process of, procurement and all of that. And then we could see moving forward into being able to draw down the funds.
Okay, because that's the only category that nothing has been expended for thus far.
Yes.
So just looking into it. And then in general, I'm not sure if my time has been called.
Senator, your time was called about 4 minutes ago.
Oh, we can't hear on this side.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you
That's
for the
okay.
leniency, Madam
That's okay.
Chair.
We have a little challenge though because the legit TV is down. So we're going to have to take a quick recess to see what the issue is. So the committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. We're back on the record. Very quickly, Senator Carrion, I hope that you did not leave the room in St. Croix. You made a through the chair request, and we did not record it properly. So I want to make sure we record it properly. And before you speak, the situation with our live stream on the Legit TV is with VIA. Is Senator Carrion still in the room?
Yes, ma'am. It was a projection for gross receipts for FY23.
Okay, so we have that information in our. I'm going to ask Mr. Do I use a rag name? Mr. Samuel, to provide those projections for gross receipt. We have that information, Senator, for gross receipt. The gross receipt projections, or 230 million. I believe you might be asking if they're anticipating any changes in the gross receipt. Based on the information that they provided in the testimony, they're saying as of right now they are spot on with the revenue projections based on the appropriations. Of course, things can change, but it's 200 and gross receipts. 230.3 million dollars for FY 2023, Senator. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're most welcome. All right. I was wondering if Senator Capehart is back. I don't want to miss anybody else. Before we close with Senator Joseph, yes. Before we took the break earlier, there was an issue with page 19 and the ARPA funds and the budget amount. We have to clarify these things, Senator, so just allow me to clarify them so we don't walk away with the wrong information. So the budgeted amount is 547 million. And when we spoke, when I looked at the chart that's before us, page 18 of the testimony, it was 229.3 million that is amount expended from what's been approved, but there's another 176 million, and there's 196 million that's not spent. So that's $318 million that must be obligated by December 31st of 2024. And once that obligation is met, then you have 2 years to expend those dollars, but the obligations have to be made. Correct, Commissioner Bruce? Based on the discussion that we had earlier. I took the notes from our discussion.
Right. No, the 318, I think, is a difference between 547 and 229 of actual.
We have feedback. Okay. Hello? Yes? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Right.
You may proceed.
The 318 is the difference between the 547 million that we received, the cash, and the 229 of cash that's actually been dispersed.
Correct.
Expended. So the first 3 columns here all add up. So of the amount received, 547, 371 has been approved.
Correct.
We have 176 to be approved. But of the approved amount and of the amount received, we've only actually spent out 229 million. So the difference there is 318.
318.
Yes.
And so then in fact the table, I'm trying to make sure that we get this table corrected. So I'm going to ask that this table that we have on page 18 be updated so the information can be corrected and it is clearer, because the information is not clear. Okay?
Yes,
so, and in addition to that, I know that Director Octolin noted that there is a plan. I know that sometime in last year, 2021, the plan was presented. We need to figure out whether or not we still spot on with that plan. So we're going to ask for that plan to be resubmitted to the 35th legislature, to this committee. Director Octolin?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. And now, Senator Carrion, I think we've answered your questions, so we can proceed. I believe we've answered those questions, and I have a few other questions. I know how my colleague is over here. So in the testimony on page 11, we talked about the costs of the government insurance. And right now, we move from 65-35. You've seen that, Commissioner Bruce?
Yes.
And 72-28. And there's no question that you have to answer around it, but we need to get some information around the sustainability of us continuing the upward trajectory of the absorbing of the health insurance increases, because we did it in 2019, 2020, 21, 22. And this question is asked because when we made the commitment around the GRS, that additional $40 million is not longer available to us. So we have to begin to do some right fitting to ensure that we are able to continue to sustain the upward trajectory of the government absorbing the health insurance costs. We've done it for 4 years. So as we've done it for 5 years. This will be from 2019, we've done it. So 2023 would make the 5th year. Okay. Senator Joseph, your point of inquiry is recognized. You may proceed. Of course. No, point of inquiry, and then we'll go from there. You're recognized for your point of inquiry, Senator.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask a question relative to the amount of ARPA money that is still not received. I understand from the plan that was submitted in 2021, the recovery plan, that for the CLFRF, which is the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, we only receive 50% of that. Is that still the only 50%? We have not received the additional 50%?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, Senator. This not of these ARPA funds, because of these ARPA funds, we received the full 547.
What you have represented on that same page that the chairperson referenced, page 18, is the SLFR funds, which that is actually the state. But then there is the state fiscal recovery fund.
Right.
So let me just jump in on
so
that
there's
quickly,
the
Senator.
there's the state, right? And then there's the local fiscal recovery funds. That whole amount, the 547 million is a combination of the CSFR as well as the CLEFR and the NEU. Okay? You following me now?
Right, yes.
Okay, so I wanted to know if you received the other 50% of the 10 million for the CLFR, and if you have also received the other 50% for the new.
Yes.
You've received all of the money?
Yes.
But then if you receive, excuse me, I'm so sorry. So you receive all of the money?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so for clarification, and we're going to go back to the discussion that we had earlier. All of the funds are received. The approved amounts is what the debate is. We've only approved, the only approved amount is 371 million of the 547. But that's an old report, right? So everything is approved. Everything has been provided to the Virgin Islands. The question is, what's this approved amount conversation? Who's responsible for approving? You remember I asked that earlier. That's where the confusion is coming in.
Yes.
You see?
So I think what I could do, along with Director O'Neill, is give you this information in 2 schedules, so that you have one would sort of look like a budget and one would look like actuals.
Correct. That the report, the information that's provided makes this very hard to read and understand, because we have to go back and do calculations to come up with those numbers that we shared with you earlier.
Madam Chair?
I think I'm hearing someone.
Director
Director Octolin, you recognize. I don't think we're seeing you. That's what it is.
Oh.
Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. So I don't know if this can provide some additional clarity, but when the approved amount is also the obligated amount. That means that it has been obligated to the agencies and authorized for them to liquidate. So we have the total amount, the amount that has been approved, and the remaining amount that needs to be obligated or subgranted to the agencies. The governor does all of the approvals, the final approval for the obligation of the funding to each agency for them to begin to draw down on the funds.
All right. So that provides clarity, Senator. All the monies are sitting here. All the funds are available for the Virgin Islands, and the governor has to make the approvals, and that's why I asked earlier that we see the plan, because again, the Virgin Islands should be better for these dollars, so there must be input not only from the chief executive of the Virgin Islands, but all of the elected leaders in this territory. That's basically what we're saying. That's the primary concern. Okay? Senator Joseph? I have one question before I go to Senator Joseph, and it's a text that I received. And this is for Commissioner Bruce. The transfer, apparently there has been some $200 million that was transferred out of the government coffers to a bank in the United States. Is that an accurate statement?
What is accurate is that
Yes
we
or no?
have invested the ARPA funds. So it's not that it was just merely transferred to another bank, to be confused with it being a depository. That same circular about the ARPA dollars allow us to invest the funds. The interest earned, the monies earned on that investment is for us to use as we see fit.
So you invest them at what rate?
Fund.
What's the interest rate? Is it variable? Is it a fixed? What's the period?
It's a money market with a rate of 4.5%. That's the current rate.
And how long ago?
That was just done a few weeks back.
And did we make any biddings to banks here in the U.S. Virgin Islands as it relates to whether or not they could have met this percentage?
When I first came,
interest.
So when I first came to this job, the funds were just sitting in an account. I spoke to both banks, and we put them in CDs, bearing 0.5%. And so, no. Okay. There have been. There was no conversation for a year and a half that I've been here about other options.
So these banks, what bank is it that this money has been invested with?
It's in a JP Morgan Chase money market fund. And it is an approved investment for ARPA dollars.
Okay, and what is the plan for the interest?
Currently, there's no plan. Along with my accounting processes, until we receive those dollars, we won't obligate them or make a plan for them. We have an account specifically for the interest. For ARPA, we have 2 accounts where the principal sits there. Up until a few weeks ago and a few months in another case, we just had CDs again for 0.5%, where we got $500,000. If I had moved sooner to invest them for 4.5%, we would have received over $10 million. So that was my error.
So we understand, Commissioner Bruce, that the legislature, because once ARPA funds are invested, there's authority to invest it, then it also means that those monies become the government of the Virgin Islands becomes the owner of those funds, right? So are there rules around the interest?
No.
Yeah, so you all realize what the problem is here, right? So the problem here is money was invested, ARPA funds were invested without the knowledge of the legislature. So when you receive the interest, so what's that conversation? You know that the government cannot arbitrarily decide what they're going to do with those funds, right? The interest.
Oh, no. I don't think that's the case. Up until now, those monies are nominal. They were in the
It's not about the monies
range.
being nominal.
Understood.
It's about the transparency in the GVI. It's about transparency. If we are moving investments outside of the territory, that is information that should be provided. We shouldn't be getting texts and information from people who have intel around stuff like this. This is information that we should be aware of, and we will be able to say X, Y, Z, and why we support it or not support it. So it means that now, from a legislative perspective, and I believe I have a bill on that we need to require the executive branch to come to the legislature when they are just like how when we let in bonds, it's the same thing. You can't just arbitrarily utilize the take monies out of the territory without some kind of discussion. And then there is interest that's generated from those funds. We should know what's happening. Our job is to provide the citizenry of this territory with a balanced budget to provide services to our citizens. So it's our responsibility to know what's going on, and we have to work together. Okay?
Agreed, Madam Chair. There was no...
Go ahead. You don't have to sit here and justify it. I'm just saying that I need to make sure that we put that out there, that is a potential issue.
Okay.
Senator, I think Senator Fonseca, I'm going to allow Senator Joseph to go, and then I'll allow your point of information, okay? Senator Joseph, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up on the chair's question regarding this new development, because we weren't aware that monies were being placed. I was aware that they were in an interest-bearing account in CDs, but now we understand that it's at 4%. Are they being held by JP Morgan for what term?
Money market is basically close to cash. It's a liquid investment. Mm-hmm. As we need the monies, we pull them out. If that $200 million were to sit for 1 year, mm-hmm. we would have over $11 million.
Okay.
So as we pull out monies, if we take out half, every month we should get a disbursement, and so that'd be...
How much? So this investment was made just recently?
Just recently.
Okay. And so you get an investment every month, or you are able to realize how much it has earned, interest it has earned on a monthly basis?
On a monthly basis.
Okay.
And
so we would need, Madam Chair, we would need to get that information going forward. How much interest has been earned on this $2 million investment?
$200 million.
my notes were incorrect. Thank you. $200 million investment. Okay. I also wanted to just briefly look at where we were again with these. Well, let me just ask Mr. Lee, how are we? And if it's asked before, please let me know, because I was downstairs in a meeting. Where are we with the tax returns? How much monies do we owe to persons dating back which year in tax returns?
Right now, good day, Senator. Right now, where we're at as far as what's clean and what's owed is about 54 million. And I need to say clean because there are tons of other refunds that are not correct, they're fraudulent, they're just wrong. But as far as right now, we have 54 million to go out the door.
54 million that is owed?
Right now, that's clean, ready to go.
Okay.
We have additional refunds, but once again, they need to be vetted. They're probably in audit, and they need a second.
And do you have a time frame to send them to finance so that finance could start the process of paying out this 54 million? Is there an issue with cash?
Yeah, well, that's a function of cash flow, which is not necessarily. Basically, I get instructed to release X number of dollars because, that's what's available for refunds, and that's pretty much how it's been going. We project about, in the testimony, 5 million a month going forward.
Okay.
But once again, that's dependent on cash availability and cash needs, which I'm not privy to necessarily.
Okay. And how much do you anticipate is owed to the government as far as income taxes, just income tax? Based on the filings, persons still have outstanding tax that they're supposed to be paying. Yeah, either is gross receipts, is their income tax payment that they are supposed to pay back to pay to the government because not sufficient amount was taken out of their checks.
Yeah, we don't really have that target number. I mean, this question is best asked after April when everyone files, because people owe. I'm an accountant. You can write off expenses, which decrease.
But wouldn't you have that amount from the previous year?
No, it changes. I mean, especially coming out of COVID, there's been a significant increase, as you can see from this fiscal year to the last fiscal year with individual income tax. So I can't say the trend is a normal pattern.
I would think that on each person's tax return, you could easily build a chart and saying, well, we have these amount of persons or this amount that is owed in personal income tax or this amount that is owed for this fiscal year in gross receipt taxes.
Well, we wouldn't know what their tax return is until they actually file.
Well, based on their filings.
Yeah, but what's already filed has been filed. April is the next filing date, so we'll have that answer then.
That doesn't sound too right for me, because if they owe and on their tax return a certain amount of money, you should know what from the previous year.
Oh, are you saying for what's previously filed?
Yes, for the 2021 tax year. Director, I can't project for the new one. Of course,
Understood.
That is nonsensical.
Understood.
I'm talking about what you should have in your office and that data available. That's all I'm asking.
Understood.
You understand it clearly now, Madam Chair? So can you kindly send that amount to the chairwoman here?
Will do.
Okay, and what is to the chair?
Will do.
Okay, so that we know how much monies you have people are owing the government because they need to pay their taxes.
Understood.
Okay, thank you kindly, Madam Chair, for the leeway. I know my time has been called. I appreciate you deeply. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information. And then I'm going to go back to my disappointment with the table on page 18 and the revelation that we just No, I got to flesh this out. Good,
Yes.
proceed, Senator.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, this question is for Ms. Bruce. Okay, you also serve as the Executive Director for the Public Finance Authority, right?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, my question is, do we have or have we recently had any money deposited in the Mellon Bank of New York?
I would I'd have to research that and tell you specifically. Is there a specific fund you were thinking about or specific monies? Because everything that happens in the PFA is outlined specifically. So whether it be that we're floating the bonds and then when we receive monies, they go into the trustee, they are dispersed in a specific way. So you'd have to tell me if you were looking at a specific transaction.
Well, no, I just wanted to know if the Mellon Bank of New York had been used in any way as a depository for the bonds, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if Mr. Simmons can maybe answer the question more appropriately.
Director
Mr. Simmons, did you hear the question?
Yes, good afternoon. Bank of New York Mellon is the trustee for all of the
Madam Chair, I can't hear the answer.
outstanding bonds.
We can't hear you.
We're having a
Director.
hard time hearing you, Mr. Simmons. I don't know if it's on our side. Can you come a little closer to the mic?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
The Bank of New York Mellon is the trustee on the government bonds. So the proceeds are deposited and the payments made through Bank of New York Mellon. The debt service goes into an account at Bank of New York Mellon, and the bonds are paid through Bank of New York Mellon.
Approximately, what's the balance at Mellon Bank of New York now? Do you know?
The debt service account and the capital projects account total around 300 million. I'll have to take that exact number.
So you're saying we have about $300 million in deposit in the Mellon Bank of New York. Is that correct, more or less?
More or less, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your time.
Senator, I just wanted to clarify that those are restricted funds. They are not simply on deposit. They are restricted for specific use.
Thank you. So we're going to wrap up. If my colleagues don't have any other questions, we are going to close this meeting, but I have to say that we stayed on page 18 for much of the day regarding these ARPA funds, and not once. We went back to it. We talked about the $318 million that has to be spent in total, well, obligated in total by December 31st. We talked about all kind of thing, and it was never said that there is an investment of $200 million. And Commissioner Bruce, you said that the amount is negligible, but did you say 4%?
No, I did not say that the amount was negligible.
No, not the amount that's invested, the amount that you're going to return.
No, not even that.
What was negligible then?
The thing is, my confusion with the concern of what the Commissioner of Finance, who is tasked to manage the cash, that there was no concern that I only invested it for 0.5% to get a negligible amount. But now to receive the report that I'm doing something in the best interest of the territory, because consider that we got, hundreds of tens.
So you realize that that's not the point, right?
I do realize.
Okay, so let's make sure we stick with the point so we don't send the wrong messaging out. There is no concern with the government of the Virgin Islands through the Commissioner of Finance taking care of necessary investments that's within the best interest if we are seeing 1.5%. Okay, that's not the issue on the table. Okay. The issue on the table is transparency, because this money does not belong to any of us individually. It belongs to the people of the Virgin Islands collectively.
Correct.
And when we're talking about the interest to date may be negligible. However, when we look at the 4%, if that money sits for a year, we're talking about $8 million.
11 million.
Okay,
that we would
so the
seek an
percentage is a little higher.
appropriation.
You see?
Right. And we would seek the appropriation from you. So.
Wait. You say that again?
We would have to. When we receive those funds, we would have to seek from you where we can spend them. There was no intention to not be transparent.
Commissioner Bruce?
Yes.
We're not going to debate that today. We're going to move the necessary legislation, so we're going to prevent that from happening in the future. It's a lesson learned. If we are making investments, this body, at that level outside of this territory, we need to know. And I'm going to ask you one final question. When you made the decision to utilize, what a bank name? JP Morgan Chase? Mm-hmm. Did you put it out as a procurement, or you just used that particular bank? Was it procured?
It was not procured.
Yes, so it wasn't procured. Let me speak. It was not procured, so it means that I'm certain that someone is receiving a finder's fee from that. Because if we want to put out to make sure that we are getting the bang for our buck as a territory, then our job is to procure it. Do you disagree?
I do.
Tell me why.
Because I acted within, I understand for moving forward, this is where you want to go, but I acted within the confines of what I can and can't do with those ARPA dollars. Also in conjunction with anything that I've seen on the books pertaining to how I can, an investment policy, everything that I did is within those boundaries. So this additional will not hurt the territory, but up to the point that you do that, what I did was in the bounds of my job.
And I'm going to say it again. When we're dealing with issuing bonds, we don't do procurement. There is the Public Finance Director of Administration here, and you are the Executive Director. So I vehemently disagree with that approach. It should have been procured. How did we pull JP Morgan Chase out of the hat? How?
We didn't pull them out.
How did we come about them?
We know that they are a large institution and they have a competitive money market account. Any other bank for money market and what is allowed as far as money markets go, outside of me having an investment manager on staff who could go out and buy municipal bonds. There's within my limitation of what I can do, I went with a reputable large bank that has a prospectus that will confirm, that will secure those funds, and we will receive a competitive rate, which is what we were not doing for the year and a half. The $500 million were sitting in the banks in the territory.
Agreed. However, you always have the resources of the Public Finance Authority where you serve as the Executive Director. So don't do the dance. Don't do the dance. You're doing a good job of what you should do. But again, that should not have happened in the way that it happened. And we just need to leave it right there for now. And our job as
Madam
legislators is to ensure that stuff like that does not go on. Yes, Mr. Simmons.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a correction to my previous testimony.
Oh, sure.
I forgot that the matching fund bonds are no longer, we no longer have a debt service account for the matching fund bonds, only for the gross receipts tax bonds. So the total amount of the monies held at JP Morgan Chase, I'm sorry, not JP Morgan, Bank of New York Mellon is around 140 million.
Okay, so I'm glad that you corrected that, because those of us who were met and chaired the meetings and dealt with all of that back and forth, that was one of the reasons why we were unable to move it forward the first and the second time. But we came to a conclusion that what was best best at that time. So I'm glad that you corrected that. All right, so we have an 11 million, so that's mean we're going to see 22 million, because the funds are to be obligated by the end of fiscal year 2024. So, and then expended by 26. So that's like $44 million that we should be seeing coming into the coffers of this territory. Close to it. Very close. Very close. So we applaud you. However, we have to do things. We need to follow our own procurement rules when we're dealing with whether it's money matters or not. Any other questions, colleagues?
Yes, one point of information.
And then we have to let these folks go.
Yes, actually, Madam Chair, you were correct. The 200 million times 4.5% is 9 million, not 11 million.
Well, I ain't going to go back and forth. All I know is millions, and it was done without the knowledge of the legislature, and that is an issue. It was done without the knowledge of the people of the Virgin Islands. Yeah, it was. There's a responsibility for us to be transparent, and that's why we're getting all of these requests. What about the transparency website? 'Cause that should have been on it. That's the issue. That's the issue. If we're sitting on $318 more million, folks gotta know what's going on. I'm going to allow you to close, and of course, any of your other other members of the financial team. Commissioner Bruce, you're it today.
I'd just like to thank this committee for having us here and allowing us to share what is going on. We've given you forecasts, we've given you budgeted information, we've given you some of our challenges. You'll hear more of those as we go through the budget season. I do want to express that while, you know, we do have this, the campaign slogan was, we are stronger than ever, we are better together, stronger than ever. And that is always the intention from my experience with this administration to work with the legislature. So thank you for having us.
Thank you. Any other member?
I likewise want to thank you guys. This is a great time to be in the VI. I mean, here we are disputing extra funds. So I definitely, I'm grateful to have this opportunity to present the wonderful things that we're doing in the territory.
You don't have to, you know, it's not a must, it's if you wish. Okay, I think today we had an excellent meeting. I believe that we now have a clear understanding of what the expectations are moving forward with the 35th legislature, and as we continue the work, my promise and my commitment is to work along with you, and whatever we can do on our end, we will. However, the information that comes before us needs to be, one, timelier, and two, we need to make sure that we are as transparent as possible, because we did ask about the financial health. So that is part of the financial health of the GVI. That's critical information towards the financial health. Do you agree, Commissioner Bruce?
I do.
Yes. All right, so, and just for full disclosure, that is my personal friend. I just want to make sure that, you know, we all get it. But when it comes to the business, we have to drill down and conduct the business in the right way. So I want to thank you for your time. I think you guys did an excellent job today.
Thank you.
And we know that all of us are committed to really getting the work done for the people of the Virgin Islands. So we are your friends. And we
It
need
felt
to,
friendly.
and
Thank
vice versa. So we need to make this happen. So without further ado, I want to thank all of the central staff employees who stayed here with us till after 5. We never expected to do that, to be here till after 5. But this is very, very important. This discussion was an important one. And I feel good about what was received today and what we have to do to make sure that we continue to keep the process honest. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned.